All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order on October 13th, 2021 for the Corporation Township of Whistling. And we'll start with roll call. Who's first? Councillor Spoulos.
Here.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Here.
And Councillor Goida.
Here.
All right, next we'll have a moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. White-Fox, a confirmation of the agenda, please.
The council approves the October 13th, 2021 agenda as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. 13.3 confidential report regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding contract negotiation matters concerning bylaw enforcement.
Okay, we're going to move to that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Balmer.
Yep.
All in favor, Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
And Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And disclosure of pecuniary interests. Do we have any today? Councillor Bailey.
I do. Yep. It's pertaining to item 9.4.1, County of Wellington Planning Information Report regarding home industries. And I'm just, the general nature is that I have a family member who operates a home industry within the township.
Okay. Any further? Councillor Goida.
Yes, I have one for item number 9.3.1, which is the report ADM 2021-063. And the nature is that a family member operates a quarry in the township, which has regular dealings with other aggregate companies, including CBM. Therefore, a conflict of interest may arise from any discussion or decision made on this matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. White-Fox, consent agenda, please.
That the consent agenda items listed for the October 13th, 2021 council meeting be received for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
Yep.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spoulos. So anybody want anything pulled out of that? Not seeing any? Okay, all in favor, Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Okay. Delegations still none, I believe. All right. My understanding is we are on to reports. And the first one is Finance 2021-027. Get it up on the screen. I believe this is Ms. Hassan.
Hello, Council. So this is just another regular report from the Finance Department as it relates to Section 357 and 358 adjustments in the Municipal Act. If there's any questions from Council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ms. White-Fox, could you read that resolution, please?
Report FIN 2021-027 regarding the cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes through Section 357, 358 be received, and that council authorizes the treasurer through sections 357, 358 of the Municipal Act to process the cancellation, reduction, or refunds of property taxes for certain properties in the amount of $157 for the years 2020 and 2021 as outlined in Schedule A.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor
I'll move.
Spoulos, by Councillor Goida. Any comments, council? It's a pretty regular report. No, all in favor, Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, Next report again, Ms. Hassan.
So this is the second quarter financial report. We provide the township finances on a quarterly basis to council. And this report is prepared in consultation with department heads. If there are any questions from council, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Okay, I'm gonna move her in a seconder and I'll just go around the table. Moved by Counselor Spillis, seconded by Counselor Bailey.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, and Counselor Spillis.
Yes, I'm fine. I had all my questions answered for the meeting.
Okay, Counselor Bailey.
Nope, no questions.
Okay, Counselor Ballmer.
No questions, but I must admit the one thing that stood out for me was and Councillor Sapoulis had put it in his questions as well regarding the reduction in revenue from calls to 401. And it seems uncomfortable that that's a negative for us, but it's a positive for everyone who travels along the highway. You know, just when you put things in dollar figures and then we apply COVID funding, and it was a very uncomfortable way to think of people not getting hurt. So I think it's a positive for the traveling public, even though the spreadsheet might make it look like a negative for our municipality.
Absolutely. Counselor Goida.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. So all in favor, Counselor Spillis,
In favor?
Counselor Bailey,
Yep, in favor.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor?
and Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Excellent. So if I could read this resolution for 923, please.
That report FIN 2021-030 regarding the Municipal Performance Measurement Program report for 2020 be received.
Gonna move it for that, please. Counselor Spillis, seconder.
Yep.
Counselor Bailey. All right. Mr. Sand, did you want to give us a little brief summary on this one?
Yeah, so the purpose of this report is to provide information regarding our municipal performance measurement program reporting for 2020 and to post the reporting results on the township's website. So there are no significant changes from previous years, and this reporting has been completed to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Excellent. Thank you. Any comments, councilors? No? Okay, all in favor? Counselor Spillis,
In favor?
Counselor Bailey,
Sure.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor?
and Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Mrs. Sand, sorry, Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution for 9.2.4, please?
That report FIN 2021-031 regarding request for proposal 36-21 external audit services be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2021-051 being a bylaw to appoint RLB LLP as its auditor until December 31st, 2023, with the option to renew for a period of 2 years based on satisfactory performance in accordance with request for proposal 36-21.
Excellent. Mover for that, please. Counselor Ballmer.
Yes?
I'll take a seconder as Counselor Bailey. Any questions or comments from council? No, all in favor, Counselor Spillis?
In favor?
Oh, sorry, Ms. Hassan, I didn't give you your opportunity to give a little blurb.
Oh, no
So,
problem, Ms. Seeley. I'd just like to say this was actually really great opportunity for the township to work jointly with the other municipalities countywide to issue this joint RFP. We felt that it worked really well, and so it was all in all a really good opportunity for the township. So
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, so Counselor Spillis, I believe you said in favor, but I'll come back to you.
In favor? Yes.
Counselor Bailey,
In favor. Yep.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor?
and Counselor Goida.
Favor.
All right, that's carried. Now, Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution for 9.2.4, please?
9.2.5, correct?
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. Yes, correct. 9.2.5, sorry.
So this is a little lengthy because it's looking for some direction from council throughout the resolution. So perhaps just to have the item on the floor, we can just have that report FIN 2021-032 regarding the Post Lynch Community Center Park renovation and upgrade and replacement of the lights and upgrading of the washroom at Old Morriston Park funding recommendations be received for information.
Let's do that. For a mover for that, please. Councilor Spoulos, seconder, Councilor Bailey. Okay. I'd like to go around the table first, and if we can keep it relatively high level, just want to hear each member's opinion on where you see these projects going and what the contribute, not necessarily a number figure, but the involvement of the public, because I know it makes Glenn squirm a little bit if I speak first. So I'd like to hear from council, and then I have a little speech I want to present for your indulgence. So I'll go to Councilor Sapoulis.
Yes, suggestion by staff was 7% be provided through fundraising. I'm concerned that's a high number. I support the notion that the Recreation Committee try to fundraise. So, but I think we got enough money in our cash in lieu parkland that any funding that's not picked up through donations, we can cover off with the Parkland Reserve. So one of my suggestions is, instead of saying fundraising dollar amount and cash in lieu dollar amount, combine the two into one, fundraising / cash in lieu dollar amount. In other words, have the Recreation Committee canvass local businesses, local organizations to do the best efforts, and whatever shortfall we have, it gets picked up by the cash in lieu of parkland.
Excellent. Councilor Bailey?
No, I think that sounds great. Yeah, I just wanted some clarification, maybe from Mary, just how the cash in lieu of parkland numbers were calculated for this report.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out the discrepancy between the back soccer fields one versus replacement of lights one, when the actual project wasn't that far off each other.
So in 2019, township staff applied to the grant program through Investing in Canada Infrastructure Funding. And so a funding strategy for fundraising efforts was estimated in 2019, just based on other fundraising efforts that the township had participated in previous years as it related to the Optimus Recreation Center. However, those were just estimates. So that's why we are asking for council's direction on the amounts.
Okay, that's all for me. I'd like to hear other discussions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I share Councillor Sapoulis' concern that the 7% may not be the right number. But I also have concerns that the language around having the rec committee championing this, we had local community groups, wanting and offering to, I say, champion these projects. And I don't want to take that away from them. I think the rec committee certainly could be involved in helping them or in supporting those efforts. But for the fundraising piece, I see this as something that, we had a group from a baseball group offer to pitch in something in Morriston. We've already got contributions from soccer. The history has been that it is the fundraising takes place at the community level by a community group. And if we can support that rather than, you can see it's more about who's taking the lead, because if the rec committee champions it, it's all township. It sort of takes it away from that community contribution. And the other piece that I was looking at was the timing. The report suggested we had to have the substantially completed by March 2027. And I was wondering, I'd like to have a bit of a discussion on working backwards from that to avoid the cost spikes that we're seeing now. When would we need to start the project to be substantially completed by 2027 and maybe be able to save everybody a bit of money on this? So those are my 2 points.
Okay, thank you. Unmuted. No. Councilor Gorda.
Thank you. I have a few different points that I just wanted to bring up, and I apologize. I'm a little bit all over the place with this, but I just want to start by saying I wholeheartedly support these projects, and I think that whatever we decide in the end, we just need to make sure that we do whatever it takes to make these happen. In terms of the dollar figures, I share the same concern that the 7%, it ends up equaling a pretty high number, and I'm a little bit worried about our ability to do that. I had looked at the total cost of what's remaining to complete these projects, both at the PCC and at the Morriston Park, and then subtracted out the grant funding and the DCs that have been included here. And so for the two projects combined, between cash in lieu of Parkland and the fundraising, there's a shortfall of 458,000 and change that we need to come up with fundraising and cash in lieu combined. And my thought was that perhaps it would be more realistic to set a fundraising goal as a % of what the shortfall is, rather than as a % of the total project value. What that % would be, I'm not sure. Maybe it's 25% fundraising and 75% cash in lieu, or whatever is appropriate. And I don't necessarily know what that number would be. But I also agree with Councillor Sapoulis that, you know, that should be the goal, whatever percentage that is, that should be the goal. But if for whatever reason we can't achieve that goal through fundraising, that we have a backup plan and would allow for the cash in lieu of Parkland to absorb that shortfall in the fundraising. And I think there's more than enough money in that reserve to do that. In terms of the rec committee championing the community fundraising, I do like the idea of this. I think that it's a project that the committee can really get behind and something to work on where the impact can be seen and felt. My concern though is it's only a five member committee that meets 4 times a year as is, and I don't know where the experience levels lie in terms of a project of that scope. These are big numbers that we're looking at fundraising, and you know, I think that it's a good project for the rec committee, but I wouldn't want to put it on the committee without at least allowing the committee some time to consult and provide their thoughts and ideas on it. I think that if it is the rec committee that champions it, that there may be some additional resources and perhaps some experience from those who have run successful large-scale fundraising campaigns. But the committee would be the best, I think, to consult on what they may or may not need to champion that. I did have a question to staff about how they would envision the role of the fundraising. Would it be that the rec committee would serve more as a liaison with the user groups like soccer and baseball, and perhaps work to try and get some corporate sponsors as well? Or is the expectation that the committee would put on various events and campaigns to raise the funds?
Who's that question for?
Well,
Council in general, I guess?
well, I think it's more, you know, it's being requested that the rec committee champion the fundraising through this report.
Why don't you wait for that, and then I'll come back to you on that. We might have some clarity on that in a moment.
Okay. The other thing it was just a separate question altogether, and this is maybe a question for Mary and maybe a question for Mr. Fowler. It was always my understanding that updating and replacing the play structure at the community center was one of the items as part of the plan, but it's not in either of the phases. And I'm just wondering, is that not the case, or is that perhaps part of the asset management plan?
I'll go first, Mary, if you have anything
Sure.
to add.
Yep.
So within phase one, there is identified as a new play structure that was going to be substituted for the current structure to be replaced to current everyday standards.
Okay.
Ms. Hassan, did you have something further to add?
I agree with Mr. Fowler that there's a play presence in like the phase one based on previous reports provided.
Okay.
The overall scope of the work is yet to be determined for its entirety. Is that a fair statement? From either question, either Glenn or Mike or Mary?
Yeah, that's correct. The process, as outlined, what we're going to be doing is retaining our design consultant. They're going to come up with their preliminary layout and then a cost estimate for each of the components for council to finalize. Okay, yes, include this and this piece, or no, we don't want that one, or whatever. Just so that you have a good idea before the thing is put to tender, so that you know that here's what the estimate is overall, and here's what it is for the various components if you need to make any decisions based on the overall price. So yeah, the individual components you'll be deciding on at a later date.
Okay, that's fair enough. I didn't realize that. Thank you. And those are just my overall comments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Goyda. Sorry, my screen flickered there. I like it when I'm on the same page as Councillor Sipolis. I don't like having, and the other members as well, but I feel that these projects can go forward and to not have a percentage associated with them. You know, and one argument for that is, you know, some of these projects are replacement of existing infrastructure, and some of them are brand new, which could be related to a service level increase or service provided increase. So there was one group of our community that did some significant fundraising so that project would go forward because it was new. So I'm, you know, originally I think there was a number kicked around $80,000 they were going to contribute. That's not, I don't believe that's necessary any longer. I think the money contributed now is sufficient, and with these grants coming down. And as for the other projects that we're talking about today, you know, I would relate it to, you know, the Puslinch Community Center needed a roof. You know, we wouldn't necessarily tie a 7% requirement from the community to make sure that project goes forward, because that's already an existing facility. This is really just maintenance and upkeep. And I believe Councillor Balmer mentioned, you know, we want to take great care of our gifts, and some of these components were gifts to the township. So it's just time to do some maintenance. So I feel that going forward with these projects, and now to touch on the Recreation Committee component of it, they could champion in the sense, in my mind, Councillor Goyda, as they would just be the go-to to go reach out to minor ball, reach out to soccer to see if they do have any further contributions. The tennis club, I understand it's maybe dissolved, but they had some reserves for maintenance of the courts, these types of things, and not necessarily do all the fundraisers, but just say, hey, minor ball, these projects are going forward, and then come to the rec committee or come to us when you have some fundraising monies and present to the rec committee or present to council as a whole. Either one, it doesn't matter. But yes, essentially just kind of be the steering committee for these people in the liaise point, not necessarily doing all the work. I feel there's already been fundraising taking place, and maybe Councillor Bailey could speak to that from the minor ball side of things. So, and I have a question for Ms. Hassan. Now, going off Councillor Goyda's numbers, I just wrote down, I rounded it, and Councillor Goyda, you could correct me if I'm way off, but you added it up as approximately $400,000 in shortfall between the grants and the funding we've received currently. And if we use the Parkland Dedication Reserve would there be approximately $200,000 left in the reserve 2021 money? Well, if we pull the money out in 2022, if we pull the 400 grand out, Mrs. Ann, to make up the shortfall, what would the reserve be at approximately?
So I did a quick calculation just based on the capital budget and forecast and these projects that are outlined in this report. And so the reserve forecast over the 10-year period ranges from 324,000 to 607,000. So right now I'm talking about 2021 to 2031. However, it is based on the capital budget and forecast. And as we all know, these amounts are projections, and the 10-year forecast is a planning document, and new projects arise as staff obtain more up-to-date information, and costing can also change as we've seen this year. So that's what the balance is over the 10-year forecast. But again, that's an estimate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to focus on 2021. So council would need to be comfortable with the amount left in the reserve as of, so maybe 2022, because we're coming to the end of 2022. If we pull the like I'm looking at page 140 of the agenda, and it's the little, the numbers you have here, and it goes 21, 22, 23, probably continues on. Yes, it does. That's the 10-year. So for 2021, I'm looking at an ending balance of 606,328. If we allot $400,000 of that to build these projects, then rough math, we'll have 200 grand left. I think that's the question council has to be comfortable with, is 200 grand sufficient? To me, it is. There's one project that it shouldn't be talked about at this point, but there's a playset down in Arkle that I made a promise to a little fella after Councillor Goyda brought it up, that we try to replace that playset down there. So he's holding me to the fire on it, but I want to make sure there's enough balance in there as of say fiscal year 2022, approximately 200,000, that we could still do some small projects, and council's comfortable with that. So I guess that's the question to council. Councillor Sikoulas, it's a bit of a babble, but what are your thoughts on that?
I'm comfortable. I think reading the tea leaves, as long as we don't get some hiccups in legislation, I think next year we'll get a healthy influx of the parkland dedication fees again. So I'm comfortable. I remember when we first started on council, there was only $30,000 left or so in a kitty, and you couldn't do anything with that. So now it's the opportunity to strike and use it up. We're getting new people coming into here, and I think their expectations are we should have more recreation facilities.
And I guess I should give you some credit, Councillor Sikoulas. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but you, sorry, Mrs. Sandy, you might need to mute your mic. You championed, I believe, the changing of the parkland dedication fee in your first term, I believe, and we're seeing the fruits of that work, which is awesome.
No, this is all for the community as far as I'm concerned. I agree with Councillor Goyda and the other councillors. Let's get on, let's get this done. We're getting substantial grant money, and to lose it, I think would be a travesty. But not spending.
Okay, so Councillor Bailey.
Oh, thank you. That gave me some perspective. I was having a hard time knowing if 200,000 was sufficient or not. So hearing that at some point 30,000 was in there, and now it's been built up to this gives me a better perspective on that. Yeah, I would agree with that. For sure, using this money that's in here, then that's what it's designed for. I mean, these are the projects that we're committing to, and that residents have said they've wanted. So it makes sense to put it towards this. What was I going? I was going to just touch on the Recreation Committee component. I like the idea of them being sort of a liaison, but I do think we shouldn't we should sort of be patient and wait and see what the community groups are willing to bring forward and offer. Not, you know, knowing they will do good things and bring things forward. So instead of maybe asking, waiting for them to offer and see what comes, because sometimes you'll get more, more out of that when it's their project, like from Ball, for example. You know, if they want to champion some big fundraising event, you'll probably see a lot of success than if you're asking them to do the job. So that's just my comment. I like the involvement of the rec committee, but maybe just as a liaison sort of role.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your perspective, Mr. Mayor, regarding replacement of existing things, maintenance of existing things, as opposed to adding new things. And it is different. And you know, I guess what I'm thinking about is when the Millennium Garden was done, that was a group of citizens that approached the local businesses and came up with a way of recognizing those contributions, as opposed to having, you know, committee members or staff approaching local businesses and asking for donations. It's different. And that's all I'm trying to get at, is that, and I think you clarified that we're not actually looking for the rec committee to be the ones that are going out and actively doing the fundraising, just being the champion among the community groups, or as Councillor Bailey suggested the term, being the liaison, or that's how that is funneled in and out through the township, that information and coordination perhaps. And I like that kind of approach. It just seems odd that the township would be going out cap in hand asking for donations. I mean, next time we're paving a road, why don't we send the road superintendent up and down, you know, through our industrial park asking for donations to help pave roads? It's not how I like to see things. And I guess it's a matter of perception. So the other piece, and I'm glad I want to get back to as well, is the timing. Maybe we get some clarification. There was a discussion there about there could be some final design. What timing is that? And then are we looking at then it would go out for tender late next year for construction starting 2023? Is that the kind of the timeline? So we'd be well past this price bump and shortfall in contractors?
Councillor Balmer, I'm just going to leave that topic just for now. And we'll just keep talking about the financing component, and then we'll come back to that. And so hold that thought. Councillor Goyda.
Thanks. I am supportive of the direction that we've discussed here. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is that when we're looking at the cash in lieu of parkland balance over the next 10 years, the contributions going in, I think, are probably fairly conservative. So, I mean, I think that's been based on three applications every year. But I mean, we can see by 2021 already how substantially higher that is. So I think that, you know, I think that we'd be safe even if it was actually these numbers, but my gut would tell me that the contributions over the next few years will be substantially more than what's showing here anyway. So I would support and be comfortable that if need be, the whole amount would come out of there.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna ask that we have part of the resolution read to deal with that. So I don't know if Councillor Spoulis would want to propose it, but that we use the park land dedication monies, and that the rec committee engage the local sports organizations, or however you want to. And I think, would we be comfortable leaving it open like that? I'd maybe come back to Councillor Goyda once we have a resolution on the floor for the funding. And then once we get that figured out, we'll come back to the timing of the projects and which ones are able to go earlier and which ones may take a little bit further process. Councillor Spoulis, are you comfortable with trying to put together a resolution?
I understand that. My original thought was to put the fundraising and cash in lieu parkland as one number type of thing. So that encompasses what we're all trying to achieve. In other words, whatever shortfall we have in whatever we get in fundraising is less money taken out of the cash in lieu parkland.
I have a question for our director, just popped into my mind. And we're gonna have this conversation about when some of these projects will be able to go forward. If a project goes forward and, we have to pay the contract, but then post completion, I'll just use Minor Ball comes forward with a donation, we can still receive that donation and just put it into the Parkland Dedication Reserve, even though we've already, completed the contract and spent the money. Is that permitted? Does that make sense?
I would have to look into that, Mayor Seeley. I guess what the preference is that all the funds be provided prior to project completion so that we can account for it properly in our accounting records.
I just don't want a project to be held up because they're having a bake sale, later in the year is all I'm trying to avoid, but I'm pretty comfortable that that wouldn't be a problem. So Ms. Whitefox, are you comfortable with the resolution Councillor Sapoulis proposed just around the financing component of it?
So Mayor Seeley, I'm getting the numbers to Ms. Whitefox right now. So
Okay.
if you can just give me a few minutes, but what I've heard from council is that the resolution should state fundraising / cash in lieu of Parkland and just an amount for that. For each project.
Which would be the total for the project.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well then we'll start talking about when these other projects will be started. Councillor Sapoulis?
Yes, I'd like to also add that you, Mr. Mayor, take it on yourself to pursue the corporate sponsorship. In other words, the gravel pit operators, the Maple Leafs, that sort of thing, see what they're willing to contribute.
Thank you for the extra work, Councillor Sapoulis. I truly appreciate it. I will take that on as long as our director of the roads department has to do some fundraising up in the industrial area for the paving of the next road. No, that's fine. I don't have any problem reaching out to some contacts in the community and trying to do some fundraising that way. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be in a resolution, but I think
No, I'm
all of
just
us.
saying, just so that we know that you're actively pursuing it, you can report back to the recreation committee on your.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Just further to your good point regarding the difference between replacing existing and adding new. I think through the design process, we may also come to a point, and I know we've had the discussion in the past, what are the base things we want to add, the core things that are going to be added, and what are the would-be nice-to-haves or additional amenities that could be identified through that process that then could be championed by various groups, businesses, much like again, going back to the Millennial Garden aspect, the volunteers worked hard to do all of the base work and then sought funding for a bench or a particular feature that then it was easy for someone to get their head around. Perhaps through that design process, we'll be able to create a list of projects that would be attractive to different groups, different companies, different organizations to take on and champion. Does that make sense?
I believe it does. Mr. Schwendinger, I mean, that could be later in the process when we're, like as Councillor Bulmer indicated, when we're putting the scope of the project together.
Yes, for sure.
Would that fit into Councillor Sapoulis' suggestion that the way we've got the funding now or structured now, everything works regardless, but then that division of cost is decided during that design process, break out the ones that are nice to haves that if the community decides they want to fundraise to have them, they move in. And if they decide they don't want them and don't want to fundraise them, they don't go ahead. And I think Councillor Sapoulis' suggestion will make that happen.
Okay. Mr. Fowler, I know these phases at PCC are obviously ones that will, be completed in the longer range forecast, but how many of these projects could be completed relatively soon?
The identified projects would could possibly be designed and tendered late this year, with the possibility of construction commencing in spring or summer of 2022, all depending on the scope. Projects would then be identified to identify, we'll say, group purchasing, such as, doing the old Morriston Ballpark and the soccer field lighting all as one. Consideration be whether it be a new play structure for the PCC, the possibility of increasing the time frame for also group purchasing of an additional unit for ARCO or something comparable. So depending upon what projects council would like to move first, will depend on the time duration for basically engineering, design, and tendering.
Mr. Schwendinger, is there a date or a timeline for when we were going to have more discussions around the scope of the work? I don't want this to get lost in red tape. I'd like to move this forward relatively quickly.
Yes, we agree as staff as well, to keep this moving forward. Our intent, as Mr. Fowler indicated, was to possibly proceed with the light installations sooner than the other aspects of it. So what we envisage doing is basically issuing 2 RFPs for design services. One would be specifically for the light component, and we would bundle the 2 projects together. Those could proceed fairly soon. We're hoping to be able to issue that particular RFP in the very near future. Then that way they could possibly do the construction through the winter, just because of the type of construction it's able to do that in the wintertime or early spring. And then after we issue that RFP, we would then finalize the RFP for the design services, and then we could be bringing something forward. So preliminary cost estimates, like they would do a preliminary design of the overall layout and what the various components would be, and then come up with cost estimates for the various pieces. And we're hoping to be able to get that to council late winter type of thing, so that then we would have an idea. At that point, they could then say, okay, well, component A is estimated to cost approximately X, and installation time for the various components are going to be approximately this. And then we could then look at the time frame of when we actually issue the tender and authorize the contractor to commence work. Because like Councillor Bulmer mentioned, we do have a longer window in terms of when the work needs to be completed based on the current wording of the agreement. What I would respectfully suggest is we need to balance this between what the costs are in the construction industry and the ability for us to maintain that funding. I'd hate to be in the situation where we put it off to try and save a little bit in a tender, and then due to financial constraints at other levels of government, even though they've awarded funds, and that has been encountered in the past, where they've awarded funds and then they narrow down the window after and say, well, if it's not spent by this time, then you no longer have access to those funds. So what we want to do is when the design consultant comes up with the preliminary cost estimates, we'd look to them to provide some recommendations for options on timing as to when to proceed as well.
Okay, when you said late 21 or 22?
21. Like we hope to have that information to you so that you can make a decision for next year. Right? That's our goal.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, Councillor Bulmer, I'll just come to you because you raised the concern initially.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking at our recent experience with the kitchen renovations, and I recognize that was multifactorial, but one of the bigger factors was the construction crunch and current costs. So I guess I would be, I share the CAO's concern regarding changes of government and things could change, but we have an agreement, and I can't imagine that they would cut it in half, that we all of a sudden had to get it done, 3 years earlier than giving us the 2025. So I think it needs to be part of the discussion when we talk with a consultant on what things could be put back to hopefully capture some savings as the price bulge works through the system. That's all. I just want to make sure we're thinking of it and making decisions based on that understanding of what we've just been through with the kitchen.
But you're also comfortable knowing that these projects haven't been defined yet and there's still a process. So we're not going to defer the decision today on some of these projects. And so we would likely see some RFPs go out and do these new projects incrementally is I guess what I'm, where'd you go, Councillor Palmer? Did we lose him? He's not on my screen.
Yeah, it looks like we did lose him.
Lost.
Okay, let's pass this before he comes back. I wouldn't do that to anyone. Give him a couple minutes. So while we're waiting for him to reconnect, I believe the direction is pretty clear. To move forward to just change the wording slightly so that it's parkland dedication / fundraising. And then staff will determine which components can go out early to utilize some bundling, say the soccer lights. I guess that would be one question. I assume since you mentioned it that even though the soccer field is not in use, we're able to put the lights up while the grass is growing or that field is kind of being manicured. It's not going to cause, we don't have to wait for it to be full grass to put the lights in. Is that correct, Mr. Feller?
Yes, that's correct. It would actually be ideal while the grass is still not established yet to proceed with the second phase of the soccer field, because it will involve some digging, obviously bore holes and directional boring. So to have the lights and all the electrical components established and then provide a finished turf field is ideal.
Okay. Ms. Whitefox, were you and Ms. Hassan able to get the wording for the resolution? And if you could share it on your screen, if you have it, please.
Certainly, the one part I'm just needing a bit of clarification on is just the determination of the projects that can proceed in advance of funding or what that wording looks like. So I'll just share my screen. It's the last bit of the resolution there.
Where's the part here?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I've also just changed slightly the part about the Recreation Committee liaisoning with the community groups, just replacing the wording of them championing the fundraising a little bit. So there's been a couple amendments just through this paragraph here as well.
Mr. Mayor, so did you want to check if Councillor Bulmer, he's listed there, but just so we can check that he hears us and because we can't see him right now.
Yes,
Yep.
I'm here. I just tripped over the concise detector, shut me down. I talked too much, so the Zoom crashed.
Is council comfortable with staff being the decision maker on which projects to go forward in after today? I think we've heard that there's two lights. I know, Mr. Fowler, was there anything further you felt that could go ahead? I guess there's some design criteria.
Yes, so what we identified with the major lighting components, my recommendation would be to move ahead. Another recommendation I have is for council's consideration on the scope of work, which would be what would council's preference be as far as identifying possible upgrades to the tennis courts?
So that could be part of the discussion in winter, so likely December. Mr. Schwindinger, is that a fair assumption? Tennis courts, what other items we want to add?
Yeah, I think we kind of have two standalone aspects here where the lighting is at the two locations, they're standalone. They're going to be proceeding regardless of what the other components are, and they're not really related to the other types of work. So there isn't really a cost benefit of bundling that in because it's specialized contractors, specialized engineers that do design for lighting. So if we had a general contractor, we'd be paying them the markup to hire folks like this anyway. So I think we're going ahead. The recommendation would be to go ahead with that particular aspect of these two site projects. And then the rest, the individual components, I think that would be better suited to have someone with design expertise in recreation facilities and parks so they can see how these all pieces would all fit together and what the various components could be and what options could be and what level of effort would be required to achieve certain things. So in terms of the tennis courts or, playground, the horse paddocks and whatever, like all these various pieces that have been contemplated, I think that would be good to look at as a bundle itself, those components. So just basically the two pieces, the lighting and everything else.
So
In terms of timing, to answer your question on timing, December might be a bit tight, but we're hoping, right? So still through this winter, so it might be still in the early part of 2022, but hopefully you'll still get some preliminary information in the winter, yes.
right, I forgot that there's winter in January and February. So
Just also to clarify, Mr. Mayor, for that answer I provided, I was also considering projects that wouldn't overlap with each other. So we wouldn't have contractors disturbing other contractors' work. So the consideration of whether it be the tennis courts or a play structure versus the lighting, basically opposite ends of the property where each contractor would have their own established area for work, which would least complicate things as far as WSIB and work site protocols.
So what I'm hearing, Councillor Ballmer and the rest of council, not to pick on you, Councillor Ballmer, is that those two light projects will go forward. Then we'll hear early 22, and we'll have a lengthy discussion on what projects are basically our core values and which are, as you mentioned, things we would like to have, and then that would help Public Works because we'd have hopefully the lights projects completed by then, or at least we'd go for RFP with everything else once the light projects are completed and save all those headaches, multiple contractors. So I don't know, and this is all, I see Mrs. White Fox typing, how much of that needs to be in the resolution? And it's video recorded. Can it be just staff proceed as directed?
Yes, that will be fine. We're going to be finalizing the two RFPs, issuing that, and then that will be coming back to council. So council is going to have the opportunity to comment on it. Then you'll also, as we indicated before, all the components can go to tender. That we have to come back to council again to get your input on all that. So there's multiple steps for your review and input. And we'll just proceed so that we can compile that information for you.
Okay, I'm seeing head nods. I'm going to have Ms. White Fox read this essay of a. Do we have to read the whole resolution, Glenn? I mean, for the council.
I think that would be good for all the council's benefit because there has been quite a bit of editing to it. It'd probably be best, yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, Ms. White Fox.
Yep, certainly. That report FIN 2021-032 regarding the Puslinch Community Center Park renovation and upgrade and replacement of the lights and upgrading at the washrooms at Old Morston Park funding recommendations be received, and that the Puslinch Community Center Park renovation and upgrade cost estimated at $1,836,765 be funded as follows. Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, $1,346,900. Fundraising / cash in lieu of parkland, $404,245. Parks and Recreation Services Development Charges, $75,620. County Accessibility Grant Funding, $10,000. And that the replacement of the lights and upgrading of washrooms at the Old Morston Park, estimated at $204,721, be funded as follows. Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, $150,122. Fundraising cash in lieu of parkland, $54,599. And that council requests that once a detailed list of projects is finalized, the Recreation Committee liaise with community groups in order to facilitate fundraising efforts for the Puslinch Community Center Park renovation and upgrade and the replacement of lights and upgrading of washrooms at the Old Morston Park. And that the Recreation Committees and community groups coordinated fundraising efforts be prioritized as a goal and objective for the 2022-2023, with final funds provided to the township by December 1st, 2023. and that the mayor pursue corporate sponsorship opportunities and report back to the Recreation Committee to assist with fundraising, and that staff proceed as directed.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Thank you. Who's that? Councillor Bulmer? And seconded by Councillor Sapoulis. Comments, Councillor Sapoulis.
Yeah, I was wondering if Courtney could put it back up again. Where it says the council requests that once a detailed list of projects is finalized, I think you mean a list of the components within those projects, within these two projects. Is that not what you're suggesting?
Or yes, that's a better word. Does that satisfy it a little better, Councillor Sapoulis?
Yeah, a list of components with associated costs. So that's my suggestion to improve clarify this.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'm happy with that wording. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask a follow-up to what Mike had mentioned about tennis courts. Here's my question. What if light upgrades are needed at tennis courts? Would then looping it into these lights be a benefit to putting it in through this process? I didn't know what upgrades he was referring to.
Mr. Fowler.
To you, Councilor Bailey. So a preliminary inspection of the lighting has already been completed for the tennis courts. They are an updated lighting where whether it be components of ballasts or bulbs are still readily available. At this current time, I feel there isn't a need for upgrading the lights at the tennis courts. And in regards to your other question, some of the improvements obviously would be the playing surface is a definite consideration for to be looked at for upgrading and providing a 3-court tennis court system again.
Okay,
Okay, yep, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just read again the timing, the date for the fundraising deadline?
Swayfox.
So it's to form part of the Recreation Committee's 2022-2023 goals and objectives, with final funds being provided by December 1st, 2023.
December 1st, 2023.
Yes.
I believe, Mrs. Sand, that's likely a request by you, and that's probably for an accounting purpose.
Yeah.
Yes, so that we have all of the funds recorded as the project is completed.
No, I agree. The December 1st threw me off. So thank you. It makes sense. I just didn't want it to be next year. So it gives them essentially 2 years to get the funds in place, which I think gives them, I want to give them as much time as possible since we're committed to doing it with or without the funds. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the way this is written. So, yeah, I'm good.
It's going to be difficult for me to fundraise into 2023 if I don't get elected. So we'll cross that one. Maybe it'll default to John if he comes back too.
Perhaps we can change it from Mayor Seeley to Mr. Seeley in the resolution.
There you go. It'll be the mayor. Oh, I see the mayor. So it's going to be a default job. Hopefully I'm back. But anyways, a little bit of humor. Okay, if we could maybe stop sharing that for a moment, please. All right. Okay, so I had a mover and seconder for that, I believe. Ms. Whitefox.
Yes, we have Councillor Bulmer and Councillor Sapoulis.
Any final comments before I call the vote on it? No, it's good. Okay. All in favor? Councillor Sapoulis,
Favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Word. All right. So now we're on to 9.2.6. user fees and charges. I'll get Ms. Whitefox to read that resolution.
That report FIN 2021-033 regarding the 2022 user fees and charges bylaw be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2021-052, being a bylaw to adopt the user fees and charges bylaw.
So can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Spillis, second by Councilor Goida. Ms. Hassan, a little brief on this one.
Yes, so we have completed the public consultation process for the 2022 proposed user fees and charges. And having this bylaw adopted today assists with the preparation of our operating budgets in our various departments. So this is just here for you for your information and for passing of the bylaw.
Thank you. Councilor Spillis,
I'm fine, thank you.
Councilor Bailey,
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Councilor Ballmer,
All good.
Councilor Goida.
All good.
Awesome. Okay, all in favor. Councilor Spillis,
In favor.
Councilor Bailey,
In favor.
Councilor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councilor Goida.
In favor.
Carried. This one's going to be interesting. All right, Ms. Whitefox, if you could read 931, please. Just to get it on the table.
The council receives report ADM 2021-063 regarding St. Mary's Cement Inc. Canada, changes to the conditions of the license to operate a pit or quarry, ERO numbers 019-4363 and ERO number 019-4365.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Oh, Councilor Goid is out. Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Ballmer.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to maybe ask Mr. CEO to, sorry, it does say Ms. Whitefox has a report, but is it you or Ms. Whitefox? Len?
I can speak to give some additional information and some intro, and then Ms. Whitefox could fill in if I missed anything. Just wanted to update council on a few things that have developed on this issue since the report was prepared and circulated to you. Just to clarify, there was a mistake in the report on my part, and I apologize for that, where it references the speed limit of the road in that area, and just want to note that it is 60, not 80 as indicated in the report. So that was my error. We also received some correspondence back from CBM with regards to some of the questions that we had posed to them, particularly with regards to the use of the conveyor. Their comments were essentially that they felt that the material wasn't suitable to be placed on a conveyor to be easily moved around on a conveyor, that they felt that the best way to transport it was with trucks as opposed to the conveyor. We asked follow up to that then, well, could you provide some type of soils assessment or professional opinion or something that says that this material isn't appropriate for use on a conveyor. This morning, just a few minutes before the council meeting started, I received an email from them, and it has a borehole log of somewhere on site. I haven't had a chance to look at it or review it, but they sent us a borehole log. So that's the information that we've received in that regards. There was some concern mentioned in the report and in the comments about obviously safety issues with the crossing outlined in their license agreement. There's the requirements for signage and things for their approaches coming up to the public road. They did provide some photos of the signs that they do have up, and I circulated those to the council as well. A couple of further comments to add to you or provide to you. There was reference made to the approvals process that had been gone through and a traffic study that was done. Our comment was that traffic study was done several years ago, and it may not reflect the current situation with regards to traffic on that road. But CBM has indicated that they would be willing to do an updated traffic study to address that concern. So that's a positive for sure. And they've also indicated that they'd be willing to meet with us on site to review things, to look at the safety concerns outlined in the report associated with the crossing. Maybe I'll summarize by saying that the safety concerns that we have as council is very familiar with has to do with our legislative responsibilities with regards to public traffic on a public roadway, and all of the minimum maintenance standards and standard operating procedures and maintenance practices that we have. It contemplates traffic that's typically on a municipal road. Licensed vehicles, those types of things with the proper lights and reflectors required under the act and all those kinds of things. That's what those safety measures are for. This is an interaction that's happening with vehicles that aren't normally part of traffic on a public road. So that's the nature of our concern. And typically when something like that takes place, like for example, if our public works crew would be out working on that portion of the road, under health and safety regulations, there's a book 7 that we refer to that, if there's construction activities taking place within the municipal right of way or along the roadside, thou shalt follow a whole list of criteria depending on what you're doing in terms of flag people, warning signs, pylons, flags, lights, whatever. There's different levels depending on the activity. It seems odd that there's no requirement associated with this type of crossing. And this is going to be a multi-year crossing, not just a short-term thing of, us replacing a culvert or doing some ditch work or something like that. So that's our concern primarily from the safety perspective. But as I indicated, CBM and St. Mary's, they did indicate that they'd be willing to meet with us on site. So those are my additional comments to the report. Ms. Whitefox, did I miss anything, or do you want to add anything further to that?
No, thank you. That was a great summary.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I put together a motion in consultation with staff that basically says that we don't support this ERO unless they can satisfactorily prove to the province with a technical justification report that it's not technically feasible or safely feasible to construct and operate a conveyor system. In the case that it is not, then St. Mary's is obligated to cover all costs associated with the additional markers, warning signs, flag persons, etc. And that St. Mary's accept and assume all risk and liability associated with the crossing, including public traffic on the road. So basically, the motion is structured in that manner, that there's a few whereases, and then it goes on to say that. I really am concerned about as our CEO mentioned, the truck movement across the road. It's likely increased in traffic. It's like you see the train coming and you can't stop it, and we have an opportunity to stop it now and put something safely in either the conveyor under the road, or if that's not technically feasible, let's make sure we got all the necessary safeguards in place for the safe crossing of the trucks across the road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, I guess I'd like to be able to see the motion, but it's in line with my thinking. I am concerned with the safety components as well. And it's interesting, when I was reading, of course it's not in front of me, it talks about the wording, trucks or conveyor under the road. So if you took out conveyor, it could also say trucks under the road. So if maybe the conveyor isn't the way to do it, perhaps they could get, trucks going under the road. And I guess that hasn't come up in the conversation yet. Yeah, I mean, in the report, it just says staff has recommended that the operational plan be adhered to. So I would agree with that. I would also like to see a more recent traffic study and have that updated as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that we're talking about a pit they're currently hauling between the two, they're using the same crossing to do about 1.2 million? Or is this the, I recall there was a discussion when this was first up for approval that they would use that one crossing and, but only, so it'd be the maximum for the two pits would never exceed the maximum of one of the pits. Like if they're, so are they currently taking 1.2 million tons across the road a year? But they're taking it from both pits using the same exit, correct?
Well, staff is aware of that or not?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Ballmer. It's the one entrance exit off of concession 2 for both pits.
Right. So currently now they could take the maximum from both pits through across that one crossing.
I think where staff have raised concern is that the operational plan from 2011, when the Neubauer pit was established, doesn't necessarily say that it crosses the road.
Understood.
Yes.
And to give you a sense of how far back this goes, the Neubauer pit was first applied when Toronto started making noises about bidding for the Olympics. And it stopped in its track when Toronto didn't get the Olympics. That process stopped for several years, and then it came back because there's such poor material there. It wasn't economically feasible, and it was the presence of the clay and the silt that caused it to be held up township approval, both for the conveyor and the where was all this silt going to go, because that silt can create a problem wherever moving it significantly changes groundwater. And that's why it ended up at the OMB, I expect, because it just never got approved at the township. So I really, Councillor Bailey, you've got a good one there. Maybe we should include that in the resolution that if they don't think an underpass will work for a conveyor, an underpass for a truck would certainly address their issue with the clay and the silt. It obviously works in the trucks now. They can't say it's not technically feasible. It just comes down to a cost issue for them. And to be fair, when it came to the other culvert, the other under road conveyor, it wasn't the licensee that came to the township with the ask, it was the operator. And we had to send the operator back to get the license on board with the idea. And so the university, it wasn't the University of Guelph who approached us. It wasn't the landowner or licensor, it was the operator. And they had to go back and get the licensor and landowner involved. So it wasn't necessarily a straightforward process there, but it worked out really well. So if Councillor Sapoulis was open to it, I haven't seen his motion yet, but I think Councillor Bailey might be onto something here that might get us around the whole, sticky stuff on the conveyor, and is consistent with the wording that's actually on the site plans. It's an either or, and ask them to do the one that obviously doesn't have any technical problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's how the resolution could be worded, is to bring them in compliance with their operational plan. And that includes what Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ballmer have identified. Now, in their responses and building on Councillor Ballmer's comments, CBM states that the excavation will not change. I'm trying to find, I just read it. Give me 1 second. Oh, here it is. It was discussed during the meeting that the combined tonnage would not extend the life of the pit. Or no, that's not it. Oh, here it is. The combined tonnage would not affect the existing extraction areas or depth of permitted extraction. So Councillor Ballmer, you're mentioning that the silt is very important to the flow of water and maintaining it. My question to staff then would be, is there a berm between these two pits that has a setback that's full of silt that if once these licenses are combined, is going to change the hydrogeology in the area? So my concern would be that if these licenses are put together, that berm, if it's there, it remains in existence, because if this silt is a concern, I don't want them digging it out and causing issues there without at least a proper consultant's report. And Councillor Bulmer, would you have any?
Yeah, I can
Insight
speak
on
on it
that?
if you like. Yeah, Mr. Chair, the concern expressed at the time of the approval of the Nibar pit was not necessarily about having the silt, removing the silt from the site, but where it was going to ultimately be placed. So all that silt could be placed somewhere that could stop groundwater flow where a natural feature is dependent on it. And that was the holdup. They couldn't come up to an answer. They couldn't come up with an answer or a way to satisfy our hydrogeologist regarding the ultimate fate of that silt. What you're talking about, that particular silt or clay groundwater barrier is actually below grade. It passes through the mast pit, and it's a ridge. It's a buried ridge of silt. That's the one that the hydrogeologist was concerned about breaching with below water table extraction. So I think and it's a type of thing that the University of Guelph dug through when they didn't follow their site plans on their site and caused some issues with the creek. So it isn't the removal of the silt per se from the Nibar pit. It's where's it going to end up and what will it harm where it ends up there. And that horse has left the barn. That argument is long. We don't have an ability to deal with that anymore once it was approved.
I was just attempting to hold them to their comment that the existing extraction areas of depth of the permit won't change. If that's what they're committing to, then that's what we want them to, continue in the future once these licenses are amalgamated. Mr. Schwendinger.
Yes, we posed that question to them when we had the discussion with them, and the response that they provided was that as part of this instrument, so meaning these applications going forward, all they're looking at doing is combining the total approved tonnages to come out of the sites. Not that it's from one or the other, but between the two, they can still come up with the same net total. They indicated that as part of this instrument, they're not looking to change any of the setbacks or things like that may currently exist with regards to the site approvals. But that being said, that could be a separate application once it is combined. Who knows, right? But as part of this application, they are not requesting to have reduced setbacks or get rid of anything in between the two properties.
In the MNRF world, is the removal of a setback, is that a minor or a major amendment to the site plan? Does anybody know? Councillor Bulmer, do you know that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure. It would be if it was on the perimeter, but I'm not sure what it would be if it was between two pits. I don't know if they'd consider it to be a major or minor amendment when it's, on a property line that is already licensed on both sides.
Okay. All right, Councillor Wilson, you've heard some feedback on your resolution. Have you amended it slightly?
Well, here's my thoughts. First of all, I reread that statement that Councillor Bailey's referring to, and I can't see how it can be interpreted that they put a truck under the road. It says transfer material from the site by truck or conveyor on a municipal road. To me, it's an or, it refers to both each clause. It doesn't mean truck or conveyor under the road. It means either you do it by truck or you either do it by conveyor. So I really have a concern with that part.
Can I interject for real quick and just have, I want to talk about that component. Ms. Hoyfox or Mr. CAO, I believe it's staff's opinion that on the operational plan, they're required to do it by conveyor. Could you maybe discuss that for council's indulgence, or if that's not your opinion as well?
Ms. Whitefox, could you speak to that? You went into more detail on that than I did.
Certainly. So I believe the part of the report that talks about truck or conveyor was part of the OMB's decision that was in October of 2011, where there was a traffic study that was prepared and it was to resolve the zoning amendment and the official plan amendment. So I believe that's where we're getting the verbiage truck or conveyor. But then if you refer to note 13 on the operational plan, it does not have that same wording. To Councillor Sapoulis's point, it talks about that it will be the material will be moved via a conveyor system under the road, and that occasional processing at the face of the pit could occur via trucks. So I think staff's understanding is that the operational plan, which was approved subsequent to the OMB decision, is specific that with the exception of some occasional processing of the material and that being transported via trucks, the primary method was to be via a conveyor under the road.
So I just wanted to bring that up because, your proposed resolution is to not support it. But we should also highlight that they need to come into compliance with their operational plan, and that is the conveyor under the road. Even if these licenses get merged, they shouldn't be driving all the trucks across unless it's the face on, I assume, concession 2. So I just wanted more clarity for council for that. So I'll come back to you, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, I'll accept all friendly amendments. Perhaps staff can put it up and we can read it, and if you feel there's some improvements.
Okay, Mr. Schwendinger.
And just one other point that I forgot to add was when they indicated that they would be happy to meet with us to discuss or go to the site and discuss the safety concerns associated with the crossing. We've talked at length about that. One other item that they did that's briefly mentioned in our report, and it's a concern for the municipality too, and that they did agree to speak to as well, is the physical damage to our municipal infrastructure as well, like the constant wear and tear and the beating that our roadway is taking from those trucks going across. So like that's an ongoing operational expense that's in effect funded by the ratepayers of the municipality for this private company. So that's a concern for the municipality. So I just wanted to highlight that they did agree that they would speak to that to see what they could do to address those concerns. I wanted to make sure that you're aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. White Fox, could you maybe put up the resolution, please? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little bit lengthy, but if perhaps we're satisfied with the statements at the beginning, which just kind of talk about the whereas and the state of the pit and the ERO posting, then I can zoom it in a little more to the.
Can you read it once, please, just
Sure.
for everyone's indulgence, and then zoom in?
Now, this is including some friendly amendments from Councillor Bailey as well. So the council receives report ADM 2021-063 regarding St. Mary's Cement Canada changes to the condition of a license to operate a pit or quarry, ERO numbers 194363 and 194365. And whereas it is necessary to ensure the safety of users of concession 2, which includes school buses, and whereas St. Mary's Cement Inc. utilizes trucks to transport gravel from a gravel pit on one side of concession 2 to another gravel pit on the opposite side of the road. And whereas a nearby gravel pit uses a conveyor system to transport gravel from one side of the road to the other. And whereas a truck traffic crossing concession 2 is likely to increase with the tonnage for the Neubauer pit proposed to be increased to 1,250,000 tons in combination with the adjacent Mast pit. And whereas public traffic on the public road very likely has increased since the associated traffic study was undertaken. Therefore, be it resolved that the township of Portland. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll maybe just stop you there.
Okay.
I'll just ask council if they're comfortable with all that first large portion. Councilor Spoulos, obviously you work with staff on it, so I assume you're comfortable with it so far.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Bailey.
Do we need to say when the associated truck study was undertaken? Is it beneficial to say in 2014 or give a how long ago to show the relevance of that? I don't know.
I believe it was
Did we say
part of the
2014?
OMB, so 2011, but I can get the exact date of that traffic study afterwards.
Councilor Balmer, if we need to, we can reread it. Just let me know.
So far, so good.
Okay, excellent. Can you zoom in a little bit,
Yes.
Ms. White Fox? And there we go.
So the next section, and again, this includes the friendly amendments. Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Portland does not support the proposed ERO number 194363 and number 194365 unless St. Mary's Cement Inc. complies with the current Newbauer Pit Operational Plan dated December 2011, including the requirement that material be moved under the municipal road via a conveyor. Now again, or trucks comes from the OMB decision, so we may need to revisit that. And where a conveyor system is determined not feasible, that an underpass be established to truck material under the municipal road in accordance with the current Newbauer Pit Operational Plan. And either St. Mary's Cement Inc. constructs and operates a conveyor system to transport gravel across concession 2, or satisfactorily demonstrates to the province with a technical justification report that it is not technically and safely feasible to construct and operate such conveyor system.
I'll interject there,
Sure.
just because I want to get this truck under the road thing hashed out before we get too far. So, Councilor Spoulis, what's your thoughts on the wording here? I mean,
That was something that staff added as the meeting progressed. So I don't think having a underpass is for trucks is in the cards.
so I mean, if they wanted to build an underpass, I don't oppose it, except I maybe want to talk to Mr. Fowler and say, you know, is there such a thing as a temporary one they can put in place that we would be comfortable with, or then are we going to inherit another bridge that would need, you know, replacement and put into the asset management plan? I know that's a lot to ask, but is there temporary road bridges?
Mr. Mayor, that's a high water table area there. You're not going to get a tunnel through there for trucks.
So I'm comfortable removing it, but it's your resolution. So if you're not friendly to that one, then we'll pull it out.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
but if we go back a line or two, there was the piece about conveyor or trucks. And I believe the language from the note was conveyor or trucks occasionally trucks. And we should include that it has something regarding it's been perhaps in the whereas statements, we should identify that whereas the note in the site plan was for it to be on a conveyor or occasionally trucks from the pit face, it has become 100% trucks. You know, maybe a whereas statement to prepare for that statement about what we're asking for. Does that make sense?
Well, I know where you're trying to go. I agree with you. I don't want to give the impression that we're supportive of the trucks. What we're trying to say.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we're trying to say is we want you in compliance with your operational plan, which says the majority of it conveyors and occasionally a truck off the face. So
That's right. The same thing.
Yeah. So
I'm
however
just
you
saying
want to.
in the whereas statements, identify that that's what it's supposed to be, but that's not what's happening. And whereas the material is being moved 100% by truck, you know, as opposed to what it's supposed to be in the clause. That's one of the problems. That's one of the whereas why we're asking for this.
Yeah, I agree with Council Bowman, Mr. Mayor, that it's good to put in the whereas.
So you just want to work with Courtney as she's typing that up, please, Councilor Spoulis?
No, she's doing a good job.
All
Sorry,
material?
Whereas material has, I'm
I would
trying to
say
just-
all
Has
material.
been exclusively transported
yeah.
by truck from one side of the road.
Contrary to blah, blah, blah.
right.
Contrary to note 13.
Council has no idea how happy we're going to make Mr. Fowler if they stop wrecking his road down there.
Is it important to maybe add that a conveyor system has not been established in addition to this at this time, like to say whereas material has been exclusively been trucked across the road contrary to note 13 on the operational plan, and whereas a conveyor system has not been established to date?
Correct.
And you're missing an H on the after system.
Thanks. So I can read this out.
Sure, please.
Whereas the New Barra Pit operational plan dated December 2011, note 13 requires that material be moved via conveyor system with occasional processing at the face being transported via trucks across the road. And whereas material has exclusively been trucked across the road contrary to note 13 on the operational plan, and whereas a conveyor system has not been established to date. Therefore, be it resolved, and that's where we move into the section where we need to tidy up just with the trucks under the road.
Okay, Councillor Spoulis, you're comfortable with that first component?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Bailey?
Made some good suggestions, yes.
Yep, just getting caught up here.
Councillor Ballmer?
On the first, yes, and just to speak to Councillor Sapoulis and his concern about the underpass for trucks, I don't disagree with him, but I figure if you want a kitten, ask for a pony. And with a question regarding the being stuck with a bridge, I believe we can refer to the agreement with the University of Guelph and Dufferin regarding the ultimate fate of their culvert when they're finished using it. So I think if there are concerns about that, we could address that in the agreement that would be required for the construction of whatever underpass is there. So I don't disagree with you. They probably won't do it and can't do it, but I don't see any harm in asking.
Okay, all right, now on to the next component. Sorry, Flash, you want to read that, please?
So this is what we've read, and we haven't made any amendments to it, but it's that the Township of Plisslanch does not support the proposed ERO unless St. Mary's Cement Incorporated complies with the current New Barra Pit operational plan dated December 2011, including the requirement that material be moved under the municipal road via a conveyor. And then we have ore trucks, but do we perhaps want to remove the ore trucks?
Correct.
Okay. And where a conveyor system is determined not feasible, that an underpass be established to truck material under the municipal road in accordance with it won't be that, I don't think we could say in accordance with the operational plan necessarily.
Oh, I think that they want that whole component out.
Okay,
No, hang on a second. Let's leave it in for now, Mr. Mayor, because Council Bulmer feels it doesn't hurt to put it in. So let's leave it in. That underpass be established truck material on the municipal road.
Well, they could make an overpass too. They could build up concession too.
Okay, oh, fine. Underpass, overpass.
I
Truck material across the municipal road instead of under. Okay,
and then this is Councilor Sipoul as part of the original motion that likely needs some tweaking, just either St. Mary's Cement constructs and operates a conveyor system to transport gravel across concession 2. Or satisfactorily demonstrates to the province with a technical justification report that it is not technically and safely feasible to construct and operate such conveyor system.
okay, so my suggestion is those 2 paragraphs, you put them ahead of where a conveyor system is not feasible. So in other words, either St. Mary's constructs and operates a conveyor system transporting material across concession 2, or satisfactorily demonstrates the province with a technical justification report it's not technically and safely feasible to construct such a conveyor system, and where a conveyor system determined not feasible, that overpass be established to truck material across the municipal road. So that covers that. So those three
Where a
floor.
sorry, Councillor Suppose, what, I don't know if this needs to be clarified or not, but where a conveyor system is determined not feasible, but on what grounds? If they do it just because they say, oh, we don't have enough
No,
material.
on the basis of previous paragraph of the technical justification report.
Okay, I just don't want to leave them any loopholes.
No, it says satisfied demonstrates to the province with a technical justification report. In other words, they have to prove that they can't put in the conveyor system and it will not work.
Okay.
What are you thinking, Mr. Mayor?
No, I knew where you were going. I just wasn't tying that sentence back. Well, it almost seems like an afterthought to say, well, if you can't be determined, the system is determined not feasible. I just wanted that qualified a little more as stated in, I don't know. But if you're fine with it, I'm fine with it, but I just worry they're gonna say, well, it's not feasible because there's not enough material left and we don't want to incur that cost. So we're gonna drive trucks.
Where has been not feasible by the technical justification report. Does that help?
Yes, that helps, yeah. There we go.
Now, the next paragraph deals with the fact that we're forced to default to the original having the trucks cross the road. So
You're worried about leaving it in
my
there.
concern is if the province says, okay, we accept the fact that you can't now build a conveyor system. It's too costly for you to put a overpass or underpass for trucks. So we're forced to default to the original, to the current operation. So perhaps we could say, and further, if none of the above is possible, and further, if the current operation must stay in place, that St. Mary's is then obligated to cover all costs associated with adequate installation of adequate markers, warning signage, and flag persons to the satisfaction of township for the duration of all extraction work to be in place and operating for all crossings that will take place. That St. Mary's cement sold except and assume all risk and liability associated with this crossing, including public traffic on the road.
Okay.
I recall Councilor Bailey was suggesting that we get an updated traffic study, and perhaps we can put it someplace in there.
Mr. Chair,
Sure, Councilor Bomer.
would it be helpful to ask for security so the township could draw on to repair the road as needed if they don't do the other things?
So I had that conversation with the CAO. Don't they pay us securities every year, fix roads?
Well, for normal wear and tear, this is to me, since they're not doing what was supposed to be done. It's, I recognize it to a degree. You're right. It would be the same if the pit was a mile away. They'd be coming out one and going in the other, and we wouldn't even have this conversation.
Yeah, they're doing exceptional damage there. With
That's what I mean.
trucks, they're, I don't know, what kind of tonnage do they carry, Mr. Fowler? Do you know? Are they the equivalent to a normal highway dump truck, or are they more? Or?
The current, I believe, the units that they are currently using are classified as 30-ton rock trucks. So the tonnage would be, I would say, spread out comparably between a triaxle and a pup unit. It's just the distribution of weight with these larger rock trucks that are causing the considerable damage to the road and subbase, with just the impact of the frequency of a truck every 2 minutes.
And
So that's all
not-
yeah, sorry, Councilor Bomer. I don't have a problem asking them to pay. I just want a valid rebuttal. And to
Well,
me, that's it. That's it right there.
That's
So,
not normal trucks. This is abnormal truck traffic over and above what's expected to be covered by the annual fee. So I think it's only reasonable because they're not using, this is, if we want to put a whereas is or not, but I think that's the justification right there, as you say.
So my suggestion is, and where we have in further that if the current operation must stay in place, that St. Mary's Cement is then obligated, put obligated to cover all costs, and B, item B would be, you're suggesting we have securities. Do we, how do you want to play? Do you want them to repair the road, or do we want to repair the road and they pay us to do it?
I believe the CEO is not comfortable with somebody else repairing our roads.
Okay, okay.
Sorry to speak.
Okay, and that St. Mary's Cement pay for all costs associated with keeping the traveled section of the road in.
I think you could maybe limit this down. St. Mary's Cement pay for all the costs associated with the maintenance and repair of the rock truck crossing on concession 2, something along those lines.
Yeah, I was looking the other way. Provide securities that the township can draw on to maintain that. You know, and then they just top it up every year. We maintain a minimum balance in it that so we're not chasing after them with invoices.
I'm comfortable with that. You know, instead of St. Mary's pay for the costs, provide securities.
Well, do you have an amount in mind?
I'd have to default that, obviously, to Mr. Fowler.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, back in 2017, CBM had another crossing about 50 to 100 meters to the west that they were currently using rock trucks. At the time when they ceased operations, the township was required to repair the road, as the same damage that's occurring now had occurred then. And from my latest, what I could find, the estimate to repair the road was around $40,000.
And what's the lifespan on that? Do you get a year out of that repair, or how long do you get out of it?
From monitoring the Neubauer pit operations, it seems that the road deteriorated quite rapidly within a 2-year time frame with the volume of traffic that's currently crossing over it.
Did you say 2-year or a few year?
2-year.
So we would need 40,000 every 2 years, or 40,000. Well, anyways,
Well, that was
That's-
2017, so I would suggest you bump that number up.
Put it up to 100, and then we'll draw on it when it gets down below.
Yeah.
It has to be topped up to maintain the securities, you know, maintain an annual balance of, right?
So this would
Uh,
entail, this would entail basically sub-base work and 2 lifts of asphalt. Currently, it's a heavy haul truck route. So that, with it being a 2-lift road, deteriorating that fast, that really does indicate the type of tonnage that is being concentrated on this one crossing every couple minutes.
So how do we ensure that they continue to pay into this security? So I don't want them to give us $100,000 and walk away. Does there need to be some wording in there that as Councillor Ballmer mentioned, it has to be the security
I think our clerk has put a phrase in there, topped up on an annual basis.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, so Mrs.
And C,
Oh,
and C, a updated traffic study be prepared. In other words, what you want is a traffic study will drive whatever markers that staff think we need and all that sort of thing. And then the last clause can say, stay the way it is. They accept full response, all liability associated with this crossing. To me, it's with this operation, because we're with this crossing operation, whether it's underground, above ground, or across the road.
Mr. Chair, it looks like our CAO has his hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Schwindinger.
Okay. One thought that you might want to do, just so that we can be assured that the right steps are being taken for the safety of that crossing, is you can have specific safety assessments undertaken. You require basically a health and safety consultant, and have them do that as part of, or in conjunction with the traffic study, or we could hire the consultant and have them pay for it, that type of thing, just so that an independent third body develops the appropriate health and safety measures and the risk assessment, because it is a municipal road, and any accident that happens, it's going to be the liability of the municipality. So perhaps undertaking a proper risk assessment of that interchange and their proposed traffic plan and their proposed use of it might be money well spent.
Mr. CEO, is that your intention to have you do it or have them do the assessment?
It could be done either way. It might be good for the municipality to hire someone
Yes,
independent
that's
to
what
that
I-
operation, and then request that they finance that.
Okay, so we've written that the St. Mary, that St. Mary's is then obligated, that St. Mary's Cement pays for a risk assessment to be undertaken by the township. By township consultant. To determine the level of safety provisions that must be provided, the level of safety that must be provided that must be provided pursuant to the traffic study.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have Ms. Whitefox read that component, all of those again, and see.
So just from
Yes, from-
therefore be it resolved and on.
Yes, please. Yep.
Okay. Therefore be it resolved that the Township of Portsmouth does not support the proposed ERO postings unless the St. Mary's Cement Inc. complies with the current Neubauer Pit operational plan dated December 2011, including the requirement that material be moved under the municipal road via a conveyor. And either St. Mary's Cement Inc. constructs and operates a conveyor system to transport gravel across concession 2, or satisfactorily demonstrates to the province with a technical justification report that it is not technically and safely feasible to construct and operate such conveyor system. And where a conveyor system is determined not feasible by the technical justification report, that an underpass or overpass be established to truck material across the municipal road. And further, if the current operation must stay in place, that St. Mary's Cement is then obligated to cover all costs associated with the installation of adequate markers, warnings, signage, and flag persons to the satisfaction of the township for the duration of all extraction work to be in place and operating for all crossings which will take place. And St. Mary's Cement provide the township with securities in the amount of $100,000 to be maintained and topped up on an annual basis to cover all costs associated with the maintenance and repair of the road crossing. And that an updated traffic study be prepared and provided to the township. and that St. Mary's Cement pays for a risk assessment and health and safety study to be undertaken by a township consultant to determine the level of safety that must be provided pursuant to the traffic study. And that St. Mary's Cement solely accepts and assumes all risk and liability associated with this crossing, including public traffic on the road, and that the above report be provided to the township, and that this resolution be provided to MPP Ted Arnott for his support in the matter.
All right.
So, sorry, just maybe this line here about which report, because I believe we've asked for.
I think we should say the above two reports.
Okay. Counselor Spillis, anything further?
I'm good, thank you.
Did I lose Counselor Bailey?
No,
She's sharing the
Okay.
screen. I don't see everyone. Are you there? There you are.
I'm here.
All right, Counselor Bailey.
No, it looks good. I think we've covered covered a lot of components. I'm just wondering if at the bottom there you do need to say which to report for clarity. Maybe not.
Okay, we can say the justification, the above noted justification and traffic reports.
Yeah, I like that better.
Yeah.
And sorry, the health and safety risk assessment as well.
Well, that's being done by us.
Okay, right. Sorry about that.
Okay. Anything further, Counselor Bailey?
Nope.
Okay, Counselor Ballmer.
Yes, thank you. Two small notes where it says across, the conveyor across the road. Could that be a conveyor under the road?
Cross, yes.
It's either St. Mary's Cement Construction Operator Conveyor System Test Material under concession 2. Okay.
Yeah, under concession 2, yeah. And then the second one, when we get there, would be the cost of the securities associated with the CBM's use of rock trucks when crossing the road. Or for crossing the road. To your point, Mr. Mayor, the justification for asking for security, they're not road trucks. Oversized rock trucks, whatever we want to, however we want to describe them.
They're not oversized. They're a standard rock truck. It's to Mr.
Not
Fowler's.
road.
They have 6 tires and they carry 30 tons.
Yeah.
And the triaxle with a pup has whatever the math is on that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 tires. So it distributes the weight across a larger area. And that's
Yeah,
why
these are like small Terex trucks or small Euclid
Yeah.
trucks. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I would suggest taking out St. Mary's Cement where you have your cursor there, because you already mentioned it. St. Mary's provide the township with securities associated with rock trucks crossing the road, period. No, I don't want them to say, well, it's not our rock truck, it's somebody else's rock truck.
Should it say damaging instead of crossing? Rock trucks damaging? Does it matter? Am I getting too picky? Wait, hang on, Ms. Whitefox, just, you guys comfortable just leaving it as crossing?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. All right, I think. Now I'll just go to Mr. CEO. Anything you feel we're missing or overstating or?
Nope, I'm good with this. I think you've done a great job on it.
Okay. All right, I have a mover and a seconder for it. I don't have any further comments, so. All in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bummer,
In favor.
and that's carried. I've lost my paper. Welcome back, Jessica. Did you have lunch? You better not have. It's not
Good
fair.
work.
Sorry, I need to update my paper copy, so I. All right, so I'm gonna try and plow through a couple more of these. So 932, Ms. Whitefox, if you could read that resolution, please.
The council receive the report ADM 2021-064 regarding the proposed 22 council committee and budget meeting schedule, and that council adopts the 2022 council meeting committee and budget schedule attached as Appendix A.
You're gonna move it for that, please? Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Goida. Any comments from council on this? No, okay, all in favor, Councilor, oh, sorry, Councilor Bailey, go ahead.
So I just had a question for staff. I know when I first started, our first meeting was January 3rd. And now I'm noting that our first council meeting's on the 19th of January. Is there a reason for the delay in starting our whole session?
So Councillor Bailey, I think when we looked at this schedule with staff, particularly keeping the holidays in mind and also just coming out of December with all of the budget reporting and that has to come forward in the new year, just giving staff that little bit of extra time to prepare the agendas, especially given that we're on a longer frequency between meetings, the agendas are a little bit longer and heavier in content. And so it was just meant to give that extra little bit of time after the holidays.
I had nothing to do with it. I promise.
That's all right. I'll just let you know, I was asking about it too, because I've noted that there's about 5 other meetings that then mean our council meetings follow like family long weekends and whatnot. So if everything shifted, then maybe we're not having meetings after all these long weekends, but I can see how that would be a big snowball effect.
I didn't pick up on that, Councilor Bailey. So we'll be reading lengthy agendas on long weekends is essentially what it'll be.
Yeah.
But
You can do it.
unfortunately, I'm okay with it now. I didn't look that far into it. Councilor Balmer, do you have anything?
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Councilor Goya?
I'm good.
Okay. Councilor Bailey, did you have something further?
Nope. That's all.
All right, all in favor? Councilor Spillis?
In favor.
Councilor Bailey?
In favor.
Councilor Balmer?
In favor.
And Councilor Goya?
In favor.
We'll go 933. Ms. White Fox, read that. I think we have Ivan here with us.
At report ADM 2021-065 regarding the third quarter bylaw enforcement update be received for information.
You can move it for that, please. Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Bailey. Mr. Levinsky, you want to give us a little brief summary on your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe this is actually Mr. Bunn's report and then not mine.
Yes.
I apologize. I just wanted to hear you speak. I didn't look at the
Thank you.
author.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Bunn?
Thank you, Mayor Seeley. This report is to provide council with an update on the third quarter bylaw enforcement activities that have occurred. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Council, any questions for Mr. Bunn or Mr. Levinsky? No, all in favor? Councilor Spillis?
In favor.
Councilor Bailey?
In favor.
Councilor Balmer?
In favor.
And Councilor Goida?
In favor.
All right, I feel that we will break for lunch. And then Ms. White Fox, you can let Mr. Davis know that we'll be requiring him at 12:30. Does that work for everyone? Sorry, Ms. White Fox.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll let Mr. Davis know. I believe he's in the attendance section, but I'll let him know we're just breaking for lunch.
Okay. Okay, see everybody at 12:30. Okay. We're back from our short break. I will begin with roll call. Councilor Spillis.
Present.
Councilor Bailey.
Here.
Councilor Palmer.
Here.
And Councilor Goida.
I'm here.
And I will ask Ms. White Fox to move over Mr. Davis. We'll deal with 934. Welcome, Kyle.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just going to have Ms. White Fox read the resolution. We'll get a mover and a seconder, and then I'll hand it over to you, okay? Whenever
That
you're ready, Ms.
report-
White Fox. Sorry.
Report ADM 2021-066 regarding proposed amendments to the Halton Hamilton Source Protection Plan be received for information.
All right, gonna move for that, please.
Sure, move.
Mr. Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All right, you're up, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I have in front of you a report for your information regarding the proposed amendments to the Halton Hamilton Source Protection Plan. As council may remember, Puslinch is subject to 3 source protection plan areas: Halton Hamilton, Grand River, 2 source protection areas, Halton Hamilton and the Grand River. And we have had amendments before council previously for the Grand River plan, both related to the region of Waterloo in particular. This now is a proposed amendments in relation to the city of Hamilton's water supply for Freelton, just south on Highway 6, as well as some other more broader amendments to the plan itself. This is a different type of amendment than council has seen before, so there's not actually a requirement for a council resolution in regards to this, which is why the report is just in front of you for information. However, we felt it important to bring this to council's attention just for your information, and as a public consultation will be starting on this at some point in the fall, either later this month or in November. The amendments outlined in the report, the main amendments that affect the township and the county relate to new wellhead protection areas for Freelton. These WUPAs, these wellhead protection areas currently extend into the township, and under the new modeling, the new mapping, they will continue to extend into the township. We did have Hardin Environmental, the township hydrogeologist, review these changes, and you'll see attached to the report there are 2 memos from Stan in regards to his review of the changes and also his discussions with the consultant on behalf of the city of Guelph. We also looked as source water staff. We also took a look at the revised areas to identify whether there was any additional properties that would require risk management plans, septic inspections, or prohibitions. And we can confirm at this point, based on current land use, that there will be no additional properties requiring those measures under the source protection plan. It is, of course, in future possible that changes in land use may trigger a risk management plan requirement. However, this is addressed sort of through the normal business and development review component, the source protection review of the development process. In terms of the policy changes, there are a number of policies being changed in this update. However, the vast majority of them do not apply to the township or the county. The main one that does apply is regarding planning and building applications, and this is a policy that we're supportive of. It actually brings in some consistency with the Grand River plan as well as some of the other plans in the county, and allows a little bit more flexibility in the guidance that I provide to our planning and building departments on what applications can be screened out and what the criteria is for screening in. So the report is in front of you for your consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Spoulos.
I'm good. It's a very well written report. It summarizes the issues and it doesn't affect any of our residents. So I'm great. Thank you, Kyle, for coming.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I just had one question. You touched on it. It was more of just an explanation for me and anyone else that's unclear as to how a trigger. Sorry, I have a note here. I'm just wondering if you can give an example of how a change in land use may trigger a risk management plan requirement. So someone in this new area, right now it doesn't seem to affect them, but if something were to change, how does that work?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Through you, Mayor Seeley. The process would be if an applicant or a property owner was coming in for, say, a zone change, or it could be any sort of Planning Act application, zone change, site plan approval, official plan amendment, as well as it could also be a building permit. So if their current use of the property is maybe maybe it is a commercial use, but they don't have any, the use right now is, say, a restaurant or something like that, that wouldn't pose a risk to groundwater. But they come in for either a site plan application or building permit or both to change that to an auto body shop or something of that nature, then that would trigger kind of our review, where we review applications fairly routinely, working with township and county staff, and we would then identify whether or not there's any chemical handling or fuel handling or things of that nature that would require a risk management plan.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilor Ballmer?
No questions. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Councilor Goyda?
I have no questions either. Thank you. Very well written.
All right, Kyle, thank you very much.
Okay.
All in favor, Councilor Spillis,
In favor?
Councilor Bailey,
In favor?
Councilor Ballmer,
In favor.
and Councilor Goyda.
In favor.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Since 935, Ms. Whitefox, I'll have you read that resolution, please.
That report ADM 2021-067 regarding a draft publicized display bylaw be received for information.
You, can you move for that, please? Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Ballmer.
Yes.
All right, and I believe, Ivan, this one is your report. Do you want to speak briefly to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, Mr. Mayor, I'm presenting report number 2021-67 regarding a proposed publicized displays bylaw. Just wanted to highlight something about the report, and everything else is included in the report, and I'm here to answer any questions that are needed. The important thing to note, the intent and the purpose of this draft bylaw is not to hinder or restrict residents from the erection of elaborate displays. The bylaw intends to regulate and establish a safe medium for the assembly of displays, which are publicized through various media and attract or have the potential to attract the assembly of large crowds or any vehicle traffic associated with it. If anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Councilor Spillis.
I don't have any questions. I would support going out to the public, get the public input. I understand there is some warts here, but to me, the public will find even more warts, and they will provide all the information to staff and bring it back to us.
Okay, Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm gonna, I was just gonna say, I support people who want to put up some sort of fun, festive, in this day and age, COVID-friendly type display. I can also appreciate neighbor concerns being beside something like this. So I was hesitant at first to jump onto a bylaw. I didn't know if it was quite necessary, didn't know if we could have a conversation before jumping into this, but I do see the benefit to having it. I'm wondering if a conversation can also happen around how to allow something like this to happen in a compatible location. So whether it's something like finding a way to support someone that wants to do this, because I believe it's been a fundraising effort in the past. So it would be a shame to kind of squash, fundraising efforts. Maybe finding a way that we can allow this to happen in compatible. So whether it's, I don't know, putting it on, allowing it on the MRF or something like that, where there is space for traffic to be, so someone can just move their display somewhere else. So I don't know where that comes into this. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ivan, for being so upfront about the intent here. I think it's great that staff is looking at a way to enable these activities. At the same time, trying to come up with a way to mitigate the potential negative impacts that these can create. I know a friend of mine has been doing one of these for almost 15 years. all homemade stuff, and you can get never caused a problem with traffic. But at the same time, there are some that I know here in our community that have created concerns to the neighbors and perhaps and safety concerns. And I know that's never the intent of the person who sets one of these things up, is to create problems for the neighborhood or their neighbors. So if we can help them to design it in a way that makes it safe and makes the community welcoming of it, I think we're on the right track. Because I think all of our goals is we want to make sure we come up with a Santa Claus bylaw, not a Grinch bylaw. I think that's our goal out of all this, is to enable these things. That being said, as Councillor Sepulveda said, there are a few warts that I'd like to see tidied up before we take it to the public with regard to some of the inconsistent language. And I recognize it's a first draft, but I think we want to make sure that when we go to the public, at least the draft that goes to the public clearly states the intent, and the person can read it and understand who should apply, when they should apply. I'd also want to make sure that it clearly indicates that this is about the potential, the reasonable potential to cause a problem, not just anybody who does it, or these things, or the suggestion that these things automatically cause the problem. I think it's important that sometimes you set one of these things up just on your front yard, your own, you post a few things on Facebook and you get 6 people. The next year you do a little bit more, and it grows over time, and maybe sometime someone else promotes it. Once you know there's a problem, then we got to deal with it. But before that, I don't mind letting people grow into needing a permit. So I think there's a little bit of tweaking that can be done to improve on the good work that staff have done so far, because I recognize this is we're not the first, but we're trying to learn from those that were the first. We're certainly in maybe the second tier of municipalities taking this on, and it gives us an opportunity to learn from what other people have tried and make ours even better. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
Thanks. I echo the sentiments of the councillors before me, specifically as it relates to, the intent, and I appreciate that staff have put some consideration into the intent. I think it's important to keep in mind that for the most part, there's good intention behind these displays, and they're meant to brighten spirits and bring joy and fundraise for the community. And those are all, difficult to justify putting prohibitions on. So it's a tough balance, I think. But but that being said, when the displays are so elaborate and they draw huge crowds from all over the province and they're advertised on various social media feeds, it's entirely understandable that the neighbors have concerns. And it's funny that Councillor Bulmer said he wants it to be the Santa Claus bylaw, because I had written here, I don't necessarily want to discourage the Griswolds, but I know that this has been pegged the Grinch bylaw in other communities. So I guess for me, trying to imagine myself in that situation, specifically, there's 2 areas. The access to emergency services. I think it is important that we touch on the potential for, if there's obstruction for fire, ambulance, police. That would be a real concern for me. As someone who has needed to call 911 over the holidays, I would be really worried about that. And then the second is the liability piece. And that's not only for the township, but potential increased liability to neighboring properties as well. In terms of the bylaw and the application process, and I think both Councillor Bailey and Councillor Bulmer have kind of touched on this. There's parts of the draft that I find to be perhaps a bit too restrictive. I don't necessarily believe that a site plan with the layout of the display is necessary, and I'm not sure how realistic the timeframes would all work in terms of filing the application, notifying all the surrounding neighbors, allowing neighbors time to comment, and then an appeal process. I don't know if that is so lengthy and prohibitive that it actually makes it an unattainable thing to achieve. So I would be in favor of perhaps seeing a simpler version of the application process with perhaps a quicker turnaround time, and whether there's no fee or at least a very small fee, to not completely discourage it, which is, you know, a thing which is ultimately something with good intent. I think that the conditions of the approval piece, that is important. And I do feel that there is some responsibility on behalf of the applicant to ensure that there's no risk to others, especially in terms of emergency services and liability. But that being said, I see where we're going and I don't disagree with it. I just would like to see some things incorporated to help allow these things to be, I guess, simpler to go through while still keeping the community safe.
Okay, thank you. Have the members that raised their concerns, have you provided them to staff? So we'd be looking to give them direction, and if the direction is just to incorporate your comments that have been provided to staff and report back to council, then we'd see another version of this. If you haven't, then I would suggest doing that so that staff can report back at a later date. Does that make sense, Mr. Swindinger and Swipe Fox?
Yes, it does. We've received some comments already from Councillor Bulmer. I recall that. I don't know, Ms. White Fox, if we've received others as well.
I don't believe so yet, but some of the comments here would be great if we could get that in writing just so that we could incorporate it.
Okay. So then, go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, I had one other question to ask staff, maybe just to clarify the difference between getting a special event permit versus having to go through this process and having a whole bylaw to do this. Could a resident apply for a special event permit to do something like this on a weekend and then have sort of some regulations in place?
Councillor Bailey, thank you. So the way we have worked our special events permits is that they could apply to something like a bike race on public property where we would go through a process of notifying all of the various agencies, or it could be something like a wedding on private property where, again, certain agencies need to be notified, the OPP, county, roads, fire, all of those groups. So it's typically a one-time event, typically on a single date. I think what we're looking at here is a display that may be a month or so long, and it's publicly advertised as well, which is a little bit different because it's not quite as controlled as perhaps a private event on private property or a bike race where you need to register, and we're working with like an organization that will let us know numbers and that sort of thing. So I think we're trying to separate the two.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair?
White, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, another draft will be coming forward based on the comments received. There were some also, I noticed, some questions that were put to staff prior to the meeting. Perhaps those questions could be answered in the fall and when the report comes back with the revised draft. There were some interesting questions to understand whether it's a permit, a license, or an approval, because we've had conversations about dog licenses and kennel licenses and burn permits. We have all these things and we know how we enforce them. Just want to see where this fits in. If we could have that question addressed, it would help with the public to understand as well what it is we're actually talking about as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to need proposed resolution here. So there's a big blank space that council directs staff, and I would recommend to incorporate council's comments and report back. Is that, you know, I'm technically not supposed to propose resolutions, so looking at John.
Yep, that would make sense that staff incorporate the comments received at the council meeting and any further written comments and bring forward a revised draft for consideration by the council at a later date.
That's moved by you. Seconder, please.
I will.
Okay, Goida, excellent. Any further comments before I call the vote? No, okay, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
Favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Excellent. Ms. White Fox, can you read the resolution for 9.3.6, please?
That report HER 2021-02, providing a progress report on the activities of the Heritage Committee for the 2021-2022 calendar year be received for information.
I get a mover for that, please?
Sure, I'll move it.
Councillor Spillis, second by Councillor Bailey. Is Ms. Miller joining us for, give us a little bit of a,
She's not,
Brief on
Mr.
this
Chair, but both Mr. Bunn and I are here to answer any questions.
okay, any questions from council? See anything? All right, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Is that 3.6? We're on to 3.7? Ms. White Fox?
Yes, correct.
Okay, you can read that resolution, please.
That report, REC 2021-002, providing a progress report on the activities of the Recreation Committee for 2021 and 2022 be received for information. And further, that the budget proposal outlined under financial implications be referred to the 2022 budget deliberations.
Excellent. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Balmer,
Okay.
seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any questions from council? Councillor Spillis?
Yeah, I wonder if we can ask the committee to update their goals and objectives to include the fundraising as well that we discussed with the projects on the previous report.
Any other further comments? Councillor Bailey?
Sorry, I missed the ending. Courtney, did you say we would talk about the financial component at a later date?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Bailey. It's here for information purposes, and then it will be brought forward in more detail during the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think we also need to make sure it says Recreation Committee in the, if you look on the agenda, it actually says Heritage Committee,
Yes, you're right.
so we can change that in the minutes or the agenda.
Okay. Did you copy that, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, thank you. I think it's the index where it has it misspelled there
Correct.
with Heritage.
Correct. All right, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right. And we'll have Megan moved over. We'll read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we have Megan and Zach here from the county.
Okay, excellent.
And the resolution is that council receives the County of Wellington Planning Information Report regarding home industry options for information, and that council directs staff to proceed with public engagement and scheduling a public information center with the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw.
Okay, need a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All right. Until I can see Zach and Megan, I believe they'll turn their video on.
Hi, Mayor Sealy and members of council. Megan Ferris here from the county. So I'm going to provide just a quick overview of the report, but I just want to apologize in advance. I'm working with rural internet, so at home, so I'm going to keep my camera off, but I am here present fully with you. So as council may remember, just back at the last council meeting at September 22nd, council heard about essentially an information report about a housekeeping amendment for the home industries within the township of Whistler. At that time, council had directed staff to prepare information, more direct information, I think, about what was being presented to the public prior to scheduling any public engagement or public information center. And also the outcome of that meeting was essentially, I would call like an informal strategy or outline of how public engagement should be approached and steps that should be taken for this housekeeping amendment specifically for home industries. So the intent of this report is to follow through on council's direction, and we've included essentially it's termed an options report, but essentially it outlines all the areas that we are potentially considering for changes to the township's bylaw, and that's to be presented to the public. And these changes are just based preliminary, I would say now, just because there's no public engagement just yet, but based off of previous public concerns that we're aware of, staff concerns and bylaw enforcement issues, and then review of other municipal bylaw approaches. So you can see in the report, there's probably the second section in the report that talks about potential changes. So some of the areas that we see where improvements can be made, there's quite a few of them, but we've included explanation of how the bylaw addresses it now or doesn't address it. And then we have a point explaining what other municipalities do, and then potentially that this should be amended. So we're looking at increasing potentially the lot size, establishing setbacks from vacant lots and offsite residences, and then potentially either adjusting the definition of home industry so that the home industry is the sole use of an accessory building, and or potentially adding a provision. There is a little bit more ambiguity when it comes to the outdoor storage, which I think will need some feedback on in addition to the other items. And specifically with outdoor storage, what we're finding, it's not necessarily a common approach in other municipalities to have outdoor storage accessory to a home industry. And I can understand why, in part, largely probably because it creates a bit of a different process, because often they would have a site plan approval process in the context of Quislinch. They might not have a specific process for these types of uses. It might be a little bit more onerous, and likely with outdoor storage, there are potential concerns about enforcement issues right now, because really the issue with home industry is enforcement. So that might be a bit of a potential snowball effect. But however, there's two approaches. You could leave it as is, or you can explain explicitly that outdoor storage is not permitted, or there's also approaches where you can say you could add provisions, apply site plan control. So we've kind of given a bit of an explanation of those options there. And so really the intent is for us to give you perspective on what we want to present to the public, which is, I would say, more broad than probably I'm wondering if maybe council was anticipating, but the intent there is to have some flexibility, but at the same time, seek any direction from council if there's some items that perhaps you want explored, such as you want to look at outdoor storage specifically, or there's some areas that you don't want explored, such as establishing an increase in the lot size. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I'd like to understand. Let's take one thing as an example, minimum lot size. When you go out to the public, how are you intending to present this particular aspect? Are you going to give the public saying, well, it's between 2 and 10 acres? What do you guys think? Is that the intent, or are you guys going to, or is staff going to come up with saying, based on the usage that Quislinch has, we recommend that this be at least this amount? And what are your thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's an excellent question, Councillor Spoulos. And I think it really depends on different approaches when it comes to a public information center meeting. Sometimes they can be broad, where it's almost like you're looking at key themes and areas of changes, and sometimes they can be more scope, saying these are the changes we want, these are the numbers, how do you feel about it? I guess what I was trying to do was kind of take a little bit more of a middle of the road approach, where I'm saying this is an issue in the township, this is where the bylaw lacks, this is what other communities are doing, and there's a number range. And so we're looking at, one, establishing a minimum lot size, and two, this is the range that we're looking at. And either we can say a number, but I was hoping to kind of stay away from saying exactly what we want, so that we can engage more with the public and obtain their feedback.
Okay, so
that was my hope.
Okay, so that's the strategy for all these other questions, all these other issues as well. Okay, if that's the case, we're gonna be broad scope, that's fine. I'm okay with what you're proposing.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ferris. This helps very much in terms of scoping the discussion from where we were last time, and something that I can understand going to the public with. Especially when the points that you've highlighted here, even in terms of minimum lot size, made me think that when we were looking at largely 1 acre lots lobbed off of a 100-acre lot, a 1 acre parcel on it, lobbed off the corner of a 100-acre lot, well, there wasn't a whole lot of potential negative impact to the neighbors, and so that seemed fine. But now in a lot of places, we've got 6 1-acre lots next to each other. Perhaps home industries don't fit there as well. So it made me realize that what has worked may not continue to work, or if it does, when you brought up the discussion of setbacks, that could be a way to ensure that it continues to work. The same way, I've worked in some home industries here in the township, and the idea that they'd be subject to significant setbacks or site plan control when they're wholly contained within an accessory structure, you can't hear anything, there's no dust or anything from the outside, and there's one additional car coming to the property. It seems a little heavy-handed, and so it's helping me to understand that what we're seeing here is perhaps the one-size-fits-all approach to home industries may not work because of the changing landscape in the township. And to your point regarding outdoor storage, that's one of the things I was thinking of as well, that of course we never intended outdoor storage to be considered as a home industry. And accessory outdoor storage, you're right, it can create some issues. And if those can be mitigated through site plan control, it becomes a staggered or staged approach to enabling home industries that if you don't have accessory outdoor storage to the home industry, you don't need to go through site plan control. If you're wholly contained, the impact is contained, but it gives that ability to graduate the approvals or the amount of approvals needed to start a home industry. So I think you've got lots of good stuff to go to the public with. I'm hoping what we come back with still allows for this. It's an important piece. The one thing I really struggle with the most, I think, is the not allowing mixed use in an accessory structure. And so I'd be interested to hear what the public has to say on that, because there are people who have accessory structures. They just want to use a corner for a home industry, and the rest they want to park their car, boat, or whatever in. And I'd hate to take that opportunity away from people. So I wish you luck at the public session, and thank you for this, helping to scope the discussion with this report.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I agree. I think that this report kind of hones in on the specific things, and I like that it in each section it's identified what the issue is, what other municipalities are doing, and potential ways to mitigate those issues, so that it gets people really thinking about how this affects them or their potential home industry and what kinds of things would or wouldn't work. So I think that this really will allow for a more effective conversation to take place at the Public Information Center. I just had a quick question about how to try and get the most people, because we're doing everything virtually. I don't know, are you finding it challenging to get active participation in these types of things, or is there a way that we can help promote that to get the most people possible to make their comments?
So through you, Mr. Bear. So I think it's a tough question to answer, because I think sometimes what really drives people, and this is just what I've found in my experiences, the topic. Are they interested? Are they not? Are they concerned how it's going to affect them or
Yeah.
not? So I'm finding that really drives attendance, I would say, at virtual meetings. But at the same time, we'll try our best to work with the township and get this future PIC meeting, like the notification of it, out to as many people as possible. But I guess my other perspective is, even if in a scenario where there wasn't a lot of turnout because it's in a virtual setting, there are still other methods that are going to be used by the township to help engage the public. So it's not a one-stop shop where it's like, if you don't participate now, you're never going to be involved. So there's still going to be bang the table. There's still going to be like the other public meetings. So we'll try our best to engage as many people as possible. But and I should also say, we're going to have a meeting with township staff to kind of go through in more detail, kind of an overview of when the PIC should happen in our minds, how it should look, and the style of it. So there's still those kind of details that we have to sort out as well.
Okay, and then when you do put it out as a notice, when it does come time to notify the public that it's up and coming, would you put whatever presentation you're going to be making at the actual information center, would you put that out in advance so that people could have a chance to review it and perhaps formulate some questions in advance? Or would it be sort of like they come to the meeting and it's the first time they're seeing it?
Through the chair, you can take both approaches. You could put the information out in advance, or you can say, come on out, and then kind of bombard people. Both approaches are applied in the planning realm. In my mind, I'm kind of envisioning, though, that we would have something, because I think this is a preferred approach from my perspective personally, that if we had something prepared in advance and we could post it on the website, or even if it's not the presentation, perhaps we can look at feeding off of the bang the table comments that were maybe established, and like maybe that the PIC could be based around those like 5 key questions in addition to this information. So we can find different ways to provide as much information in advance of the meeting, as opposed to just, hey, we're doing, lack of a better explanation, hey, we're doing this housekeeping, it's about home industries, you don't know that much detail about it, come on out and find out.
Yeah, I think to me that would be a good approach, is to give some information in advance. That's it. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Are we ruling out in-person PICs? Or what's the capacity indoor right now? Due to the fact that many of our residents maybe of an older generation and have a home industry, they, like as Councillor Guedes is kind of inferring, is that we want this engagement. So I think in person would be ideal. I see Mr. Schwendinger unmuted himself. So.
Yeah, I just followed up again with the health unit yesterday with regards to the announcements that the province made late last week regarding capacity changes for indoor gatherings, and those were for the response I received was those are for very specific types of facilities that they listed, and it wouldn't change any of the requirements that pertain to our operated facilities. So maybe to address that, we could look at a combination of where you could have a public meeting, or I don't know, Megan, if you can speak to this, if we can have spread over a couple of evenings or something where you could have something in person with all the limited occupancies and protocols in place, but then also provide the online as another alternate. Is that something that's feasible through the process, just so we give the opportunity to address that?
Through the chair, yeah, Glenn, we could definitely look at doing something of that nature. Or I know I'm thinking of, with just because it's top of mind for me, but the Clear Maltby secondary plan, they almost had like they established separate times, like office hours, where people could contact them. It wasn't necessarily in person, but if in person isn't, we could look at that as an option. But if that's not an option, maybe it can be, we've set aside this time, give us a call at this time, and we'll talk you through what the proposed changes are, where it could be a little bit more personal. But we could definitely look at different ways to engage different members of the public, for sure.
Okay, thanks. I think that the primary thing that we're trying to avoid is a situation where we only have a public meeting in person and there's an occupancy limit, I don't know what the numbers are offhand, but say it's 25. And then you have 50 people show up and only 25 can come in and comment, and then we don't have the opportunity to hear the comments from the other people. So I think we need to have some type of mechanism to allow everyone who wants to be able to comment on this.
Okay. Sounds like you have good control of it. Ms. White Fox, did you read out both components of the resolution, or the recommendation, I should say? Or was it just for information?
No, I did. It was for information and as well just some direction that staff can proceed with the public engagement.
I believe a nod of heads, that's comfortable. Yeah, okay. So we had a mover and a seconder for that, correct?
Councillor
It was done
Sapoulis
in-
and Councillor Goida.
Okay, unless there's something further, council? No, okay. All in favor, Councillor Sapoulis,
In favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and that's carried. Have a great day, Zach and Megan.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
961, we have a resolution to be read.
That report PW 2021-005 regarding the request for reallocation of funds for a used truck cap be received, and that council approve reallocating $2,500 from the unspent funds of the replacement of dump truck for the purchase of a used truck cap for the Parks Department pickup truck.
And a mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulis, seconded by Councillor Ballmer.
Yes.
All right, discussion, Councillor Spoulis.
Just a question of staff. Do you have one in mind and is it in good shape?
Yes, we have identified one. It's currently will be for sale through an estate sale. And yes, it's actually perfect condition. Red meets the township's fleet policy for color. And it will suit our needs perfectly.
Okay. No, I have no further questions. I'm fine with the report.
Right, Councillor Bailey,
I have no questions and I support it.
Councillor Ballmer,
Makes sense. Support it.
Councillor Goida.
I just have one question. Is the cab something that potentially could last like beyond the life of the actual truck itself? Is it something that can be as we purchase new trucks, can it be transferred to those trucks?
The style of cab that's been identified, it's specifically meant to fit this style of truck. We'll say it's about a 5.5 foot box. Once this truck is slated to go to auction, the cap will go with it because we currently don't have another truck that it would fit. In the future, it would be the consideration that its replacement would require the purchase of a larger cap to fit a larger box.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think it's a wise investment, so I'm good with it.
All right, all in favor, Councillor Spoulis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right. Now I believe we have the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan. Who's presenting that?
Mr. Chair, we have a number of folks from the city of Guelph. I'm just going to move them over one at a time here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Sealy and councillors, for this opportunity to present the City of Guelph's Water Supply Master Plan. I'm Dave Belanger. I'm the Water Supply Program Manager and the Project Manager for the Water Supply Master Plan update. This afternoon, I'm also joined with Wayne Gallagher, our Division Manager, Emily Stahl, our Manager of Technical Services, Scott Cousins, our Hydrogeologist, and Matt Alexander, who is our project manager, consultant project manager for for AECOM. Courtney, I'm going to need some help in how to present my presentation. I'm not used to using Zoom.
So Mr. Bellinger, just at the bottom of your screen, you'll notice there's a screen share button. It's in green.
I got it.
Yep. So then if you select that, you should be able to see, and yep, it looks like you've got it there.
Okay, you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Good. There. We good to go?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. Let's begin with the goals of the Water Supply Master Plan update. This is an update of the 2014 Water Supply Master Plan, and it is consistent with the 2003 Council direction, which was the first Water Supply Master Plan. The focus of the Water Supply Master Plan established a sustainable water supply to regulate future growth. Therefore, the goal of the project is to develop a reliable and sustainable supply of water to meet the current and future needs of all residential and ICI customers. This afternoon, I'm going to talk in 5 parts for the Water Supply Master Plan. This is a very much condensed version from the 75-slide presentation that was included in your agenda package. I'll try and keep it short and to the point. So 5 parts. How are we engaging on the Water Supply Master Plan update? How much water do we have now? How much water do we need in the future? What are the water supply alternatives, and what is the plan for new supply? Before we get into the details, I have one slide that just provides a reminder on Guelph's water supply system. We are a groundwater-based community, have been for well over 100 years, expect to continue being a groundwater-based community in the future. Our water supply system consists of deep bedrock wells in the Guelph Gasport Aquifer and a shallow spring collector in the Arkell Spring Grounds. We have 21 wells in continuous operation and 4 wells offline. The collector in the Arkell Spring Grounds collects shallow spring water. And we also have Iramosa River intake and recharge system that's operated seasonally. We take river water and we pump it to an infiltration pond and trench. This water then infiltrates into the groundwater and gets picked up by the collector system. It is subject to river flow conditions, and then under minimum flows, we need to turn that system off. First, I wanted to go through some of our engagement plan for the Water Supply Master Plan update. Our project follows the Guelph Community Engagement Framework, and our community engagement plan consists of 3 community liaison group meetings, 3 multi-agency and municipality workshops, for which we did have Post-Lynch representation, 2 public information centers, Indigenous engagement. We did provide a presentation to township staff at the beginning of the project back in December 2019. This council presentation, we're also providing a similar one to Guelph Iramosa Township Council next week, plus online and social media engagement. We expect to complete our engagement this fall. And additional details are provided on the project website. Here's what we've heard from our engagement. Prioritization of conservation was always a very big item. We hear that at just about every meeting. We agree it's a very high priority for us as well. Protecting the natural environment and managing growth and development are issues that we've heard. Controlling groundwater impacts from large water users. We've heard mention of quarries, large industrial facilities, and of course, bottled water. It's certainly an issue that's front and center with public. We've heard concerns on source protection areas and land use constraint. Our source protection areas do extend out into the townships, and we recognize this. We've also heard concerns on potential well interference effects with the existing wells. These tend to be domestic wells, again, out in the townships. Consultation also told us about prioritizing our supply within the city before going out into the townships. Climate change is another issue that comes up frequently, and valuing the agency of water. So how much water do we have now? To determine how much water we have, we look at what each well can produce and how much the system as a whole can produce. And then we look at several scenarios and some of the events that may affect our supply. So under normal conditions, we have about 79,000 cubic meters per day. However, under drought conditions, this is reduced down to about 65,000 cubic meters per day. So other scenarios we look at is potential loss of supply. This could be a contamination event that takes a well out, or some significant maintenance or upgrades to a well or well house that may take a well offline for 1, 2, or more years. We've also considered regulatory approvals. Our wells are granted by permits, and each renewal period, the amount of taking gets reevaluated. So we have taken into consideration, what if we don't get a permit renewed, or what if we get less water from that individual well. So what this means is, for planning purposes, we have a water supply capacity that's in the range of about 65,000 to 79,000. And roughly this range is about 15%. So what this means is that at any given time, we've got to make sure that we've got another 15% additional capacity on top of that, in case we lose a well or in case we get into a dry summer. For comparison, our average day demand, this is in 2020, was about 45,000 cubic meters per day, and our maximum day, which is the highest single day demand, is about 61,000 cubic meters per day. And it's that maximum day that we need to ensure that our water supply system can meet. We've got to be able to make sure that even at those high demand days, we have enough water in our supply system. So how much water do we need in the future? This is determined by our population forecasts and the provincial places to grow projections to 2051 are outlined here. For 2051, our population is forecasted to be 203,000 for residential and 116,000 for employment. So to determine the water demand, we look at the per capita consumption for each of these categories. And for residential, our current demand is about 167 liters per day. Employment is about 191 liters per day. We also include non-revenue water, which is water that we produce but is not doesn't reach our customers. So this is leaks from our system, water main flushing, fire flows, pump tests, a number of things like that. So we take our population forecasts and our per capita consumption, we multiply them together, we add in the non-revenue water, and we come out with an average day demand in 2051 of 68,300 and a maximum day demand at 91,500. We've used the same ratio of average day to max day. It's typically about 34 or 35% higher average day compared to maximum day to get our maximum day demand. So looking at these 2051 demands and comparing those to our water supply capacity, it tells us we have a deficit for an average day of about 3,000 cubic meters per day, and a deficit on that maximum day of about 26,000 cubic meters per day. So since we have a deficit for water supply, the Water Supply Master Plan is designed to develop water supply alternatives to address the deficits. So here are what the water supply alternatives are. Water conservation and our water conservation and efficiency strategy is our water conservation and efficiency strategy is the most important component of our water supply master plan. Guelph's a leader in water conservation, and we expect to continue to be in the future. In order to come up with our water conservation strategy, we've looked at 4 scenarios, which essentially is first one is a static residential and ICI. So we cease non-mandatory programs, and this is the baseline that we compare the other scenarios to. Second scenario is to continue current level of programming, and we would see demand reductions through to 2051 of about 6.5% reduction. The third alternative is to focus on high water use customers. This would result in a demand reduction of 3.25 in 2051. The fourth scenario is scenario 2, plus water reuse opportunities that we forecast would result in demand reductions of 7.3% in 2051. For groundwater alternatives, I'm going to talk a little bit in more detail on the groundwater alternatives, and I'll show you the next slide that kind of outlines these alternatives. Late in our program, we also are looking at Guelph Lake intake and a water treatment plant, and the potential for taking some of that water in high flow periods and using it for aquifer storage and recovery. This is a long-term alternative. It's typically out in the 20 to 30-year time frame. So here are the groundwater alternatives that we're considering in the water supply master plan. And these are consistent with the 2014 and to a certain extent the 2003 water supply master plan. So we're looking at optimizing existing operating wells, and the Downey well is one of our existing wells where we think we can see some additional capacity. Restoring some offline municipal wells. The Clythe well is scheduled to be returned to service in 2023 with treatment, and we're also looking at a few other wells. The Lower Road Collector we took offline in about 2000 due to Walkerton and some water quality concerns. A big priority for us is develop existing municipal test wells. These are wells that we've been testing over the years, not part of our water supply system yet. And we have a few wells that we think are good candidates for new supply. We've looked at install new wells inside the city boundaries, but these were screened out through preliminary modeling. We use our groundwater flow model for all of these alternatives to kind of evaluate how much water may be available. What we've found is that if we put new wells, and these are new wells in addition to some of our existing test wells, what we find is that they just take water from some of our existing or from some of these test wells. It's not really new water, it's just redistributing the water that is there. So they were screened out through this preliminary modeling. We are looking at installing new wells outside the city boundaries, and these are called the Guelph North and Guelph Southeast, as well as installing new ASR wells inside the city to optimize some of the excess capacity that we may have with the Arkell collector system. As I mentioned, all of these alternatives have been evaluated using the groundwater flow model to assess the sustainability and potential for environmental effects. So this map of Guelph shows the offline and new sources. They are color coded. The red circles show these existing wells that are currently offline or existing systems that are currently offline. The blue circles show our test wells, and I'll talk a little bit about, give you an example for the Guelph South well that's located in the very south of the Guelph area. The green circles show these model wells, and these are the wells outside of the city. They're called model wells simply because they've been evaluated through the model only, and there's no test wells associated with them. And the yellow circle shows the ASR wells. So these are the locations of these offline and new sources. So how do we evaluate these alternatives? We've developed some criteria that we use to compare all of these alternatives, and then we use the criteria to help prioritize the alternatives to figure out essentially which ones may be preferred as part of the solution. So one criteria is the effect on Indigenous values, cultural and traditional uses, effects on the built environment. So these are existing and planned structures and private and municipal wells. Natural environment is a very important criteria. It looks at potential effects on the natural environment, water resources, natural heritage feature, environmental management, and so on. Social and cultural environment includes land use, construction, operational, heritage and archaeological impacts, meeting growth targets and public acceptance. Estimated costs, both for capital costs and operation and maintenance, including energy consumption, is another category. Legal and jurisdictional considerations. This is whether it's located within the city or outside of the city, what land we might need, as well as the source protection policies. We also look at the technological considerations. This is implementability, constructability, expandability of the alternative, whether it meets our requirement for current and future respond to changes, treatment systems, things like that. Just to provide an example, a couple of examples on to illustrate how we use the evaluation criteria. I picked two groundwater sources that I thought would be of interest to Push List Council. The first example is developing an existing test well. It's called Guelph South, or GSTW1-20. It's located in the southwest quadrant of Guelph. It's on city-owned property in the Hannon Creek Business Park, so it will have access to infrastructure. It was tested moderate to high capacity from a 30-day pumping test that we conducted last summer. It's rated at about 4,000 cubic meters per day. The model output, trying to predict what a steady state effect of continuous pumping of the well might be, did indicate potential for greater than 10% base flow reduction to Hanlon Creek and wetlands, and potential for well interference. So those are certainly things that we would need to look at going forward if we try to develop these wells. Obviously, source protection is another issue of concern. It is found within existing wellhead protection areas for both quality and quantity, but we would expect there would be changes to the wellhead protection areas of Guelph and for the regional municipality of Waterloo. And that may affect current and future land uses. Estimated capital cost is at 4.1 or 4.8 million. And on a per unit basis, that's $1,200 per cubic meter of produced water. We are looking at conducting an additional assessment, including public engagement through a new project we've just initiated. It's called the Southwest Guelph Water Supply Class Environmental Assessment. The notice of commencement was sent out in September, and we had our first agency and municipality meeting on that project a couple of weeks ago. Second example I want to provide is a new well outside the city. It's called the Guelph Southeast, and it is in Puss Lynch Township. This is a model defined approximate location in Puss Lynch, southeast of the city. The city doesn't own land here, so obviously there'd need to be a consultation and collaboration process with the township in order to be able to develop the well. The rationale for this location is based on a modeling assessment. So we put a hypothetical well in the model, and we run the model to determine how much water it might produce and what those effects might be. This area in the model has a high transmissivity, so it's permeable in the aquifer, and there appears to be limited local groundwater usage in the area. It was estimated at 1,600 cubic meters per day. model input indicates that there could be greater than 10% base flow reduction to Mill Creek, and it's near the Arkell Bog provincially significant wetland complex. So these are things that if the well were ever to be developed, they would need to be taken into consideration. Obviously, a lot of field study would need to be done in order to assess potential for interference with private wells, effects on wetlands, Mill Creek, and what those source protection constraints might be. We know from experience some of the other wells that we have out on the east side may require iron and manganese treatment. So we've assumed that for costing purposes. Estimated capital cost for this well is 10.3 million and $6,400 per cubic meter. Compared to that other well, significantly higher. Some of this is pipeline costs to bring it into the city, as well as the treatment costs. So, this was assessed as being a low priority potential future source out in the distance to be evaluated in, probably 2 or 3 updates to the water supply master plan as we go forward. So the end result of the evaluation of the alternatives is a preliminary preferred solution list, which is shown on this slide. The water supply master plan is really a collection of projects, and we've put just about all of the projects that we've identified into our priority list and kind of ranked them in order, from most preferred to least preferred. It's quite likely we're going to need all or most of these projects. We find with groundwater exploration, when we go out and try and develop some of these sources, some projects may be successful, some projects may fail. It's not that we drill dry wells, it's just that they may not produce, they may be expensive, they may have a number of environmental constraints, things like that. So we need to carry a few more, if not many more projects than we may actually need, because some of them may not deliver through the process. So they're broken down into short-term, medium-term, and long-term. You can see conservation and efficiency carries on through the current level of effort, focus on high demand, and focus on water reuse. Short-term projects, Clythe well offline, that's the well that's to be returned in 2023. Guelph South test wells are a high priority for us. Doline Quarry pond level management, that's something you've probably heard of. It's trying to take advantage of the dewatering operations from the Doline Quarry as we work to shut down the quarry and try and capture some of that water. The Logan well is Logan Fleming test wells are wells out on the east side in the Guelph Hermosa Township that we're also interested in. Midterm projects, we got the Lower Road Collector and Arkell ASR. And then the long-term, these are really wells that or potential sources that we've identified, but they will be reevaluated. They're out in that 20 to 30 year time frame, and they would be evaluated as we go through that process of updating the water supply master plan and trying to advance these. So what's the plan? All of this information gets wrapped up into a water supply master plan report. As I mentioned, the master plan is essentially a collection of projects, and each project would go through its own individual Class EA process. So if you're familiar with the Class EA process, it evaluates the environmental, social, and economic impacts, such as impacts to surface water systems and sustainability. It would look at impacts of source protection areas, well interference, and so on. It also includes a very significant public engagement and consultation process. So the plan would be presented as a draft report presented to council in late 2021. It's in December 16th, I believe. We do update the water supply master plan every 5 years approximately. And again, it's to update information. We evaluate these projects, we evaluate our capacity and population and projections and so on. There's more information available on our project website if you're interested. There are documents that you could review to get more information. That's the end of the presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
Maybe you could just stop sharing your screen momentarily, please.
Again?
There we go. All right, thank you for that presentation. I'll just open it up to council. Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, two general questions and a bunch of specific questions. First of all, can we get a copy of those slides to council and put it on our website as well?
Yes.
Okay, second question is, I noticed in your presentation that you didn't focus at all on eliminating the water leakage, and is that a sizable amount that can be considered as part of your strategy to increase the water supply?
No, it's not a sizable proportion. It's about at the industry standard. As part of the water supply master plan, we have gone through and conducted an evaluation to compare the amount of leakage we have in our system versus the cost to go in and repair that. And what we've found is that we're at that economic level of leakage in that it's not economic to go in and try and repair some of these small leaks. So we believe that if we can maintain that level of leakage, still put the investment in to maintain our water supply system, that will be an effective option to manage the leakage.
Okay, the next series of questions relate to the southwest quadrant, the test well there. It would be of interest, considerable interest to our residents located in the northwest part of Pliswinch. Are you planning to issue any circulars to the area residents in that area so they can come out and participate in the public meetings and comment and all that sort of thing?
Yes, we certainly will. That project is revolves around Doline Quarry and trying to capture additional water that's being dewatered from the quarry now, as well as to bring on some of these test wells. We've got a kind of 5-year project that is proposed to evaluate this, and the class environmental assessment is integrated into that. We will be doing an operational testing program to evaluate how we can safely capture water from the quarry and add these additional test wells into the system. We've initiated the notice of commencement for that Class EA, but we need to complete some of this operational testing. So we've got some technical information to evaluate which alternatives we need to bring forward. Once we get some of that work under our belt and we have information that we can present to the public, we will be going out with public communications and public information centers, and we'll make sure that we include the township in those notices, both Pliswinch and Guelph-Hermosa Township. From the agency and municipality meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago, your CAO also identified the need for some progress reporting, as we go through that long testing program before we get to some of those class environmental assessments processes. And we are looking at ways that we can provide that information out to the public. It'll likely be in the form of progress reports posted to our website and notices to our mailing lists and things like that. We're still trying to work out some of those details, but that's the intent.
What is roughly the anticipated public consultation with respect to this southwest quadrant well?
As a minimum, it would include the requirements for a Class EA. So it would be at least 2 agency municipality workshops to go through the results. It would include at least 2 public information centers. We always like to think of our public engagement as somewhat of an evolving process, and we will add additional consultation and engagement in as we go through the process and as needed.
roughly what timeframe are you looking at when it would start, the public consultation?
It's probably 2 to 3 years. Matt Alexander's on the call. He may want to correct me if I've got that wrong. We've got at least a 2-year operational testing program, so we're likely to initiate some of that public consultation in year 3 or early in year 4. Matt, did I get that right?
That's right, Dave. Yep, that's the schedule that we're following.
Okay, just a comment to our CEO, if we can be updated as well as you are updated with respect to any of the information that we can share with our residents would be appreciated.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all questions I've got. Thank you.
Mr. CEO, did you want to add a comment?
No, I was just commenting that, yes, we will share that information with council when we receive it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. There's definitely a lot of content to digest there. I guess this is a similar question to what Glenn just answered, but it did say in next steps of the slide we had received that there was a prepare a meeting summary and circulate to the attendees. So I was going to ask as well if there was, information, if it could be passed on to us so that we're just staying current with what's being discussed. My only question is, when considering all of the growth projections and any future water supply demand, is the growth of Puslinch being considered? I didn't see any wording or anything specific around that conversation, so I'm just wondering if you can either direct me to where that is or why it's not there.
Through you, Mayor Sealy, to the councillor, our water supply master plan is based on the population projections for the city. We recognize that some of our groundwater resources are also need to take into consideration the effects of growth within the townships and the counties surrounding Guelph. Those get addressed through our source protection plan and trying to manage water quantity so that we have enough water for the growth of the city. We also want to make sure that there's sufficient water quantity out for the other uses that surround Guelph, both that domestic and industrial, the ICI needs of the townships, but also the environmental needs, stream flows, wetlands, aquatic habitat, things like that. But they tend to be addressed in the source protection program, and then that water quantity information gets fed back into the water supply master plan. If that all makes sense, it's a little bit complicated how we look at water quantity and manage our water budget with respect to our water supply master plan.
Okay, so it's done. So it's done in a roundabout way through the source protection plan.
Yes. Guelph's water supply master plan looks at Guelph's population projections to determine how much demand Guelph needs. We're not addressing the demands out in the township, but source protection wants to make sure that there's sufficient water quantity for all the water needs in and around Guelph.
Right, but if the demand around Guelph goes up, then it's going to impact your plan.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, and that's why the source protection on water quantity and water budgets needs to be integrated with the water supply master plan. And we're using the same groundwater flow model that we used in source protection in the water supply master plan to do those future predictions, forecast as to how much water quantity may be available.
Yeah, for consistency there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councillor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Belanger.
Thank you, Councillor.
we go way back. I always enjoy your presentations.
We do. Good to see you, Matt.
I was trying to dig out some of the information from the 2003 water supply master plan. I know I've got it somewhere, but
Your files are better than mine then.
yeah. The question in my mind, I can recall that when the city started this process, we were looking at sort of an 80 million liter a day supply with a peak permitted number around 120 million liters a day. And you mentioned during your presentation that there's a number of wells and systems that have either been taken offline or planned to possibly come back online. And to sort of, because we're looking at 79 million liters a day for the city. So am I right to assume that a lot of that changes because of you've had some challenges with water quality in a lot of the wells inside the city? Is that why we're seeing such a change from the maximum permitted of 120 down to maybe 80 million?
Through you, Mayor Sealy, to the councillor. No, that maximum permitted amount is the value that's in our permit. So it tends to include let's call it a peaking factor. So our permit is much higher than what our average capacity is, or even what that well could produce sustainably on a long-term basis. We know that we can pump our wells harder for a short period of time and get up to that maximum permitted. But the average daily tends to, when all of our wells are operating together, there's a certain amount of interference between those wells. So while you may be able to pump an individual well at a higher rate for a short period of time, we cannot operate the entire system at those maximum permitted rates. So that's why the 121,000 cubic meters per day that you mentioned is in our permits, but our actual capacity is the 79,000. We've got a much better understanding of the water quantity that we have available through all of our source protection studies and that water budget and the development of this three-dimensional groundwater flow model. We're much better able to assess how much quantity is available to our water supply system, how that interference between wells affects production in each wells, and what those effects are on the environment. So we're a whole lot smarter than we were in 2003. So our estimates are a little bit better and a little bit more reliable, subject to good field work that goes out and confirms them.
Oh, thank you for that. That's very helpful. Yes, and that's consistent. I seem to recall as well then that you mentioned that of course you can't pump all the wells at their maximum permitted rate because they'd interfere with each other. And I seem to recall you mentioned you were talking the source water protection plans and they have quantity plans. That was probably when they ranked all the threats. That was the number one threat, of course, is each well's it's the biggest threat to the next well closest by.
Correct.
But I also seem to recall that I think number two was the quarry, which you're dealing with. You're going to try and capture the water before it gets to the quarry. But then I think either 3 or 4, wasn't that growth on that list in the source protection group identified growth as the 3rd or 4th threat for quality or quantity, I should say, for the Guelph water supply?
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I don't believe it was growth. I believe, yeah, it was some of our own wells. It was the Dolime Quarry, and then it was some of our other wells. And then there were some non-municipal uses as a total group. Then they were further broken down into individual wells. I think Nestle Blue Triton was low down on the list, and there were a few others. It's been a while since I've looked at that, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay, I think you're right. Blue Triton was like number 19 or 20 on the list.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think growth was somewhere, let's say it was in the top 5, I think.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to get my handle on, there's a lot of talk on about a lot of work that's gone into modeling and work on test wells and things, but on the slides you presented didn't indicate what amount of work, and of course it wouldn't be your department, but how much work has the city put into trying to get those growth targets amended? We talk about them as if they're carved in stone, and yet we can't change the water, but we can change the policy. So I'm trying to figure out how much effort the city has put into trying to adjust the growth targets to create a target that the city can live within. To coin a phrase of the Ontario Lottery Corporation, know your limit, live within it. So has that happened, or we're just assuming it's locked in at that number?
Well, we did, when we started this project, we had population forecasts from the province to 2041. Kind of mid-project, we were handed the population projections to 2051. That caused us to go back and, excuse me, kind of reevaluate whether we could indeed meet that higher growth. We did take a step back and do kind of an assessment of sustainability. Is there enough water out there? Again, because we are a groundwater-based community, in order to get enough water without causing those sustainability issues. And that's why the goal, the first line in this presentation talks about the council direction for a sustainable water supply to manage growth rather than growth. And then go out and try and find the water supply. We do believe that certainly we can meet some of those growth projections with what we've got and what we might have available, but we qualify that with it needs to be reevaluated every 5 years. If we do more work and we find the impacts on the environment may be greater, then we may not be able to reach that growth with groundwater. And that may mean that we have to look at alternative sources like surface water and bring those into the plan sooner. We've kind of got them out in that 20 to 30 year. And if we manage our groundwater, maybe we can push them out past 30 years. But if we start finding we're having sustainability issues, then we may have to say we've got enough groundwater. Either we can't support this growth and you, the province, need to reduce our population forecasts, or we need to look at other sources like surface water.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's not locked in.
It's not.
It's an iterative process as you go through. I guess my last question, the well that you've been testing out on Forrestal Road, that's notwithstanding it's on your side of the road. Of course, impacts will be seen on the Puslinch side of the road and possibly to neighboring well owners, and which is what we're all going to try to avoid. But when we look at the source water protection mapping, from the region of Waterloo and the city of Guelph, and you see those areas bumping up against each other already. And is this going to, I'm just trying to get a hand, do you have a sense already of how it's going to affect that overlap that already exists? Is that going to, I guess it's going to extend farther south. Do you have any preliminary ideas of where that's going to change the shapes of that policy, or is it far too early to even take a guess at that?
No, we as part of that project, as part of that pumping test that we did last summer, we did take that information and we've used it preliminarily in our groundwater flow model, and we've done some initial projections as to what effect that may have on those wellhead protection areas. You can imagine if we're adding another source out there within an already existing wellhead protection area, we are going to push them out a little bit. So they will extend a little bit further. Right now, the well is in the WAPA B, the wellhead protection area B. That's the 2-year time of travel. So that area will be pushed out. The The C and D, which are the 5-year and the 25-year, will get pushed out a little bit more. They're likely going to go out a little bit further to the west, to the south, and to the east. Some of that water will come in from the north, but we expect it's going to expand those areas towards the east, south, and west primarily.
Thank you. I'm glad you have that preliminary information. It's helpful for the residents. I don't know when that preliminary, I guess that mapping will become out as part of the Class EA, so the residents can see.
Correct, and that is, oh, sorry, just to add a little more. That is part of the Class EA project where we will go in, with some final pumping rates and some final details and define exactly what those wellhead protection areas would look like. And it would be part of the public information so people can comment on it. With the changes to the Class EA Act, it is, it needs to be included as part of the Class EA so that it can be included in any of these source protection plans. So yes, that information will be provided.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming and presenting today. It's
Glad to
definitely
do
a
it.
lot of information. I had a question, and Councillor Sapoulis has already touched on this about the leakage. There was a couple of items in the report, and it said Guelph is near its ELL and that the ILI equals 2. And I have a limited understanding of what those two statements translate into in terms of supply. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, essentially it says the leaks are so small, the amount of water, the value of the amount of water that we lose is about equal to the cost to go out and fix them. It's much more economical to go out and fix the big leaks because the value of that water that is lost. So that's really the goal of any operation maintenance program for your water mains, is to make sure that it's economic, but not overly expensive, not exceeding the value of that water is lost. So we have a relatively low leakage rate. We're essentially meeting industry standards, and to go in and try and find all of those leaks is next to impossible given the many kilometers of pipe we have.
Okay, that helps, because my question was going to be, if cost was not a concern and you were able to improve that infrastructure, would that be enough? Would there be enough savings there to reduce that long-term max future demand? But what I'm hearing is you're saying that it's very minimal.
Yeah, the reality is, because of the number of kilometers and the various ages of our system, we're always going to have leakage. And our goal of our maintenance program is to go in and make sure that it's economically viable, that we're maintaining that leakage level so it's not increasing. And, to the extent that we can, we'll try and, maintain it or push it down, but it's got to be economic. It's got to make sense to our ratepayers. We're not spending money to, much more money fixing leaks than the value of that water that is lost.
Okay.
I will note too that some of that leakage, because we are groundwater based, if it leaks into the ground, it's actually recharging our groundwater system, and to a certain extent, we're picking it back up. So it's leakage, but maybe it's not really lost.
Yeah. Okay. Another question I had is, I know these are out long term, but when you're looking at adding new wells as a water supply alternative, and specifically when they're outside of the city boundaries, how is the potential impact on private wells in the host municipality prioritized as part of that evaluation? Where does it fit in terms of level of importance?
Through you, Mayor Seeley, to the councillor. It's a very high priority. We have to ensure that we don't interfere with existing wells. Our permits to take water have a clause in them that says you can't interfere with a well that was in existence before you got the permit. So that essentially means that existing wells need to be protected. They need to ensure that they have the same quantity of water, before and after our wells go in. If we have an interference with an existing well that prevents them from using the well that they have in the past, we are obligated to go in and fix that. I think the clause even says either fix the problem or provide them with an equal source of water. Now, well interference is something we want to avoid. That's why we use the deep bedrock aquifer. Most domestic wells tend to be shallow. They go into the shallow bedrock. We go deeper into the deep bedrock. So we've got a little bit of protection, but there are deep wells out there and we've got to be conscious of them. So we've got that natural protection. If we find we are interfering with a well, we know that there is available groundwater deeper. So if necessary, we could deepen a well, lower a pump. There are repairs, fixes that could be done to address any significant well interference. But our goal is really to go in and try and develop a water supply that avoids those well interference effects in the first place.
Okay. And last question, and you kind of already touched on this with the question that Councillor Bailey asked. She asked about how, for instance, in Puslant, how our growth projections would influence water supply for the city of Guelph. But similar to that question, I'm wondering if future land uses in the township are considered as part of potential new wells outside of the city boundaries.
Yes, they do get included in the evaluation criteria. We do include, both jurisdictional issues and some of those legal issues, and we include source protection in there. So it is taken into consideration as we evaluate alternatives. What effect is it going to have on our neighbors? How does it affect land use constraints and so on? You can tell by our implementation, we want to try and develop as much as we can inside the city before we go out and look in the townships. We recognize our wellhead protection areas are already outside of the city in the townships. We're already having an effect, and we're trying to manage those sustainably, so that we don't necessarily prevent growth and development or overly constrain property. We've been living with source protection rules and policies for a number of years now, and I think we've got abilities to manage those appropriately, so we're not overly inconveniencing those landowners as through those policies. But we've got work to do, and we'll take it into consideration as we develop new sources.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you were just answering a question line with Councillor Goyda, and I believe she was more focused on private wells. We have a significant water bottle down here in Aberfoyle, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but they're the top 5 of Wellington County taxpayers, significant employer. Would that same mentality be put towards their well? If you drill a well in Puslinch and you have impacts on their well, do you still get priority over our does your well take priority over the Blue Triton well, or because they were existing prior to the new well, theirs is a priority?
Existing wells get priority. And the way the environmental rules are developed, it's first in time is first in right, or however that saying goes. So we cannot interfere with existing wells and existing takings. Guelph's water taking for new wells would not be allowed to interfere with the Blue Triton taking. It goes the other way too. New wells are not allowed to interfere with the city's water supply as well.
And there's other takers. I mean, we have a Royal Canaan down
Yes.
401, they have a significant water taking permit as well. So it's not just Blue Triton.
Yep, we're aware.
As for the process, in your one presentation, it says it's going to be presented to council, not this council, your council. Will that be received for information, or is this going to be adopted as the starting point for the master plan? And the reason why I ask this is our staff have not had the opportunity to review and submit comments with their concerns in regards to your master plan. So if this is just going to your council as information, then we probably have slightly less urgency and concern. But if this is going to get adopted in 2 weeks, well, that's a different conversation.
Well, council will provide us direction as to whether they will adopt the report as is, or whether we need to take it back and address comments. Typically, council has approved the report, and then it will get posted for that. Council will approve our draft report, will address any comments they may have, and then it'll get posted for a 30-day public review. We did include Puss Lynch staff in our agency and municipality workshop from September 14th, I believe it was, where we provided that much more detailed presentation. We are awaiting comments from Puss Lynch staff, township staff on that information that we had provided so that we can incorporate it both into our council report and into the master plan report as necessary. So we are awaiting comments from township staff on the information that was presented on September 14th.
Mr. CAO, could you speak to that and just give us maybe an indication of what kind of timeline we're looking at for staff to be able to provide those comments?
Sure. As indicated, we were part of that that consultation, and if I recall correctly, that was back in September. But if I recall correctly, at that time too, it was pointed out to them that I believe it was 2 years ago when the project was initiated. Some of these studies were starting. We expressed the need to have some time to be able to review and comment on that, and we've received them now in September, and they're asking for comments now. So yes, we would appreciate some more time. I would say we would need, we as staff would need a few weeks at least to be able to go through this in detail, then to be able to bring it to council for you to have your comments on it, provide your thoughts and your suggestions to bring back. So I'm thinking, we would need at least a month and a half, like best case scenario, I would think. But I don't know if Kyle is still available on the call. I don't know if he's still in the gallery or not, Courtney. Maybe he could speak to a little bit more, because he'd be the one that would be doing the review along with Stan. But we would need some time to be able to get those comments compiled, get it to you as council for you to have some discussion about.
Maybe ramble on here a little bit while they see if Kyle's available. If we could have a placeholder in your presentation to your council that you identify that Puss Lynch staff do want to submit comments, but due to the short time frame that we were provided, September till now, whatever the weeks are, that Puss Lynch Council will review a report from, see me here yet, Mr. Davis, and then provide our comments to you that could be incorporated into the adoption of your presentation. That's important to us. The impacts, as you've stated, with the wellhead protection areas and other components do affect our residents. And did he move in? Yeah, the screen's moving around. We're rich in natural resources here in Puss Lynch, one of them being water and the other one being aggregate. And we support growth in a lot of municipalities in Ontario through aggregate, and we don't really reap the reward of any assessment growth because of that. And I view this as a similar situation. You need the water for the proposed growth, and it's only going to be a detriment to us. So I would like us to be a willing partner, and this is pretty high level, but maybe for us to be a willing partner, it might be some sort of arrangement where we are able to get some growth out of supplying this water and help our taxpayers, similar to a Rocket situation. Or, I don't even know if you've entertained the idea of tapping into the 800 ponds they've dug down on Second Concession. That's all drinking water. So those are my high level concerns. But at this point, I know I'll go to Mr. Gallagher here in a second. Staff are concerned that this is going to be adopted by your council, and we just don't have. I think you have more staff in attendance than we have on the payroll today. We're just so small, so we have to engage. We share employees. Kyle works for Center Wellington, I believe, so it just takes us a little bit longer. If you're willing to accept that our comments are going to be delayed, but then incorporate them, I feel that our council would be supportive of that. But I'll go to Mr. Gallagher. I must have hit a nerve with him.
Thank you, Mayor Seeley. So certainly we've been in discussion with Kyle and your CAO on this front, and respect that this is an important matter to Pustelage Township and your council. With that said, we did extend our deadline by a couple weeks as possible till November 5th. But to your point, we're certainly able to reflect in our report to our council, which will be on December 16th. So again, perfectly fine that if there's other comments that come ahead from staff, and we're pleased, I guess, in presenting it to our council as well to state, where the comments, from Pustelage stand and how they were integrated into the process. As Dave mentioned as well, beyond the council meeting that we'll have in December of this year, we'll also post this for 30 days next year as well for both Pustelage Council, your staff, and other interested stakeholders to provide comments on the study.
Yeah, that makes me at ease. I'll just look around. Is there any further questions from council? Any other comments? Do we have a resolution prepared, Ms. White Fox?
We do, Mr. Chair. We have it. I can place it on the screen if that's helpful, or I can just read it through, whichever you prefer.
Unless any of the council members have a resolution they want to propose first. Mr. Schwendinger?
I just note here, Kyle is available if you had any questions or wanted his input on the timing as well, if that would be helpful. I believe he is available if you'd like.
Sorry, you're a little garbled. I didn't quite catch that.
I just received a message that Kyle is available if you'd like his input on the timing.
I'd like to bring him in just to hear what kind of timeline he needs, because I'd like to see a resolution that just states that we're going to comment to the city of Guelph. But I need to know from him how long, if he's available right away or if he's delayed a couple months. I guess it doesn't really matter. Nice to see you again, Kyle. Why don't you turn your video on? There he is.
Thank you, Mayor Seeley.
What did you hear the basis of the conversation? Okay.
Yes.
So
yes, I did.
Just trying to get an idea of the time we're going to require to review this, and it sounds as though this team's going to bring it back to their council and accept our comments, mid-December, if that works for you.
Yes, I think it really kind of hinges on when. Well, it hinges on two things. It hinges on when we'd be able to bring it back to Pustelage Council for yourself and councillors to review our comments. And I was just trying to look at the next the council schedule. I believe there's a meeting on the 17th or the 24th. Is that correct?
We have 2 meetings left, I believe. Let me see here.
Mr. Chair, it's the November 3rd and then the 24th as well.
The 24th. So that would be the 17th. So we could bring staff comments and if council so directs, hardened environmental comments back as well for the 24th meeting, which would be November 24th. So I believe that would be after the City of Guelph's timeline of the 5th, but I think before before the city meeting on the 16th. I believe that's what Mr. Gallagher said, that it was on December 16th, the city. Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, we could have something back for Pustelage Council by November 24th. if that
Okay.
would work.
And sorry, I got confused there, but so it'll be presented to Guelph Council December 6th or in November? Mr. Gallagher?
It's December the 16th. We have a special council meeting specific to the water supply master plan and the wastewater treatment master plan.
So that gives us a couple opportunities. Okay. Council, any discussion on the comments to be prepared by Kyle and the timing? Councilor Spillis?
No, I'm fine. I believe Mr. Belanger wants to say something.
Sure.
Yeah, if I can just advise that the sooner you can provide comments to us, the better off we'll be. We're writing the water supply master plan and our council report this month. It sure would be nice if we could include comments. You know, we'll take the comments from this meeting and certainly try and incorporate them, you know, but if we're going to hear new comments, you know, having them immediately before a council meeting, you know, will present some challenges with us to try and integrate it into our council report and our presentations. So the sooner the better, if you could, please.
Yeah, we understand that. You know, just receiving the report a couple weeks ago puts us kind of in a pickle. So, you know, it is what it is.
No, I hear you. I understand.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to point out we haven't actually received the report. We have a slide deck, but we don't actually have a draft report to review. So we will be providing comments on the slide deck, but I believe the report Mr. Belanger is speaking of is the actual draft water supply master plan report, which isn't actually been provided to ourselves or Hardin Environmental.
And it won't be provided until the draft report will be taken to council.
Sorry, repeat that again, please.
It's a draft report that we are taking to council. So we'd like our council to see the report before public.
Okay, so you won't share the draft report with staff? Like, I guess, eh?
We've provided the presentation that outlines in summary fashion all of the details that will be incorporated into the report. If it's along the same lines as previous water supply master plans, it may be a 800,000-page report.
Okay, well, we'll deal with the slide deck first, and then Kyle can read 1,000 pages and let us know what he finds afterwards.
That's the reason why we've tried to summarize it and, you know, present the meat rather than asking anyone to try and wade through 1,000 pages of very technical details and groundwater modeling and so on.
You do recall, though, the request to share the slide deck from today as well as the one that was in? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Councilor Spillis?
Yes, I have a question on Mr. Belanger. Is your draft report ready now?
No, it's not. It's under preparation.
When do you anticipate it being ready?
Well, we're still receiving comments, such as this meeting and with Guelph Iramosa next week. It will need to go through an internal review process. We expect it will likely take a few revisions. It's likely not going to be in final state until likely before we take it to council.
Okay, so my thrust, Mr. Mayor, was to see if we can ask Guelph Council if they could really, staff could release the report to our staff for comments in advance.
You can put that in the resolution.
Sure.
And then we'll have Mr. CAO follow up with their CAO. Did you catch that, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, just that we will request that the Guelph City Council give authorization to release the draft report to staff in order to prepare comments.
Okay. Unless there's any more comments for these individuals, I'm going to cut them loose and then we'll hash out the resolution.
Anything
Anything
if I
further?
could, Mr. Chair,
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Councilor Balmer.
I have one question perhaps for I guess Mr. Belanger can decide who could answer it best. We've spoken today a bit about source water protection. We have Mr. Davis here, and we're talking about securing the future of Guelph's water supply, part of which is, of course, dependent on source water protection policies. And would you or your staff be willing to recommend to the city of Guelph that they should pay the cost of implementing those source water protection policies that are taking place outside of the city of Guelph on your behalf to protect your water that you're using for your residents? Should your residents pay that cost, do you think?
Mr. Gallagher has his hand up.
Good.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, starting earlier this year, there were a series of meetings and ongoing meetings, both with Guelph, Aramasa, Puss Lynchan County representatives around the city of Guelph coming to sponsor some of these costs. We do acknowledge the important work that you do on our behalf, and Kyle and his team as well, as far as protecting quantity and quality of our water sources. This process has seen Kyle sharing the information coming from the service that they provide on behalf of the various municipalities. Where we are next is putting forward a funding agreement related to those services. So that is currently under development by our legal staff. And the next step will be sharing that with each respective municipality for their review. We're hoping in about 3 to 4 weeks' time to have a draft of that agreement that we'd share with neighboring staff.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for facilitating that. And that's such good news, especially when we're hearing talk of increasing the size of those areas and increasing the number of residents that would be impacted by those areas. I trust that when you say sponsor, that doesn't mean that we'll be seeing signs going up across the township saying this wellhead protection area is sponsored by the city of Guelph, are we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that isn't in our plans.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council? Kyle, you're okay? Okay. All right, Ms. White Fox, we'll let these individuals turn to their day and we'll hash out a resolution. Thank you for coming. The screen is bouncing around everywhere. Glenn, can you help us with maybe a proposed resolution? Is that kind of putting you on the spot?
No, that's fine. We were actually working on one this morning. There was a preliminary draft that Councillor Sapoulis had provided to us. Made a couple of minor revisions to it, and I believe Ms. White Fox has it ready.
Okay. When you're ready, Ms. White Fox, could you share it, please?
Certainly, and I've added that last bit as well about authorizing the release of the draft. So you'll see that in here in the last paragraph. And Mr. Mayor, I do believe we need a mover and a seconder as well.
Okay, I lost my screen, but can I get a mover and a seconder for that?
I'll move it.
Councillor Sapoulis, who else? Somebody else speak up.
I love it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Goya. There we go. Keep it back.
So,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, if you'd like me to read it out, I certainly can.
Yes, please.
Okay. That council received correspondence item 10.1 from the City of Guelph entitled Water Supply Master Plan 2021 Update Agency Municipality Workshop number 2 and the City of Guelph presentation. And whereas the City of Guelph staff have extended the township commenting deadline from October 22nd, 2021 to only November 5th, 2021, despite township staff requesting a longer review window, given the technical nature of the topic, the lack of city report to review, and the potential impact to the township. Therefore, be it resolved that council pass a resolution stating their objection to the City of Guelph stipulation that township comments be provided no later than November 5th. and direct staff to submit the resolution to the City of Guelph. And the council direct township staff and consultants to review the City of Guelph's water supply master plan update correspondence and report when available, and to provide comment for council's consideration at the November 24th plus lunch council meeting. And that the City of Guelph defer taking this report forward to the City of Guelph Council until such time as the township has had sufficient time to review the information provided and prepare and submit formal comments to the city. And that council requests City of Guelph Council to authorize the release of the draft report to Puslinch staff in advance of the City of Guelph Council meeting in order to prepare comments.
Okay. Where's, make those bigger. All right, council. Councilor Sapoulis, any comments?
I guess I don't want to be too hard by saying words like objection and I'd like to, and also second last paragraph saying that the City of Guelph be requested that City of Guelph staff, that the City Council, City of Guelph Council provide the opportunity for these Puslinch Council to provide comments in advance of the report, the draft report, whatever it is, water management report being presented to City Council.
I would say adopted, because it can be presented. We just don't want it adopted.
Okay, being adopted by, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And this, would it be fair to say that objection could be replaced with concerns?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I think the City of Guelph staff is it's not the City of Guelph.
Sorry, Councillor Sapoulis here.
Yes, like you're saying that the City of Guelph staff instead of City of Guelph, because we're not, I think it's the staff that is dictated. Per se, the city, what to me is the council.
Okay. Anything further, Councilor Sapoulis?
I'm good for now.
Okay, Councilor Bailey? Where'd she go?
Sorry, no, I'm here. I'm wondering if we can add, incorporate comments into the report or something where, because my understanding, or maybe I need some clarification, that in 2014, Kyle had reviewed and given comments, but I don't know if they were actually incorporated or taken into consideration in a manner that was very clear. So I'm just worried that he's going to go to all this effort, read a 1,000-page report, and then his comments are not actually going to be implemented or put into the report.
I had a similar question. Glenn, did you want to answer that? Did Kyle make comments and submit them previously?
My understanding is no, he did not. What happened back at that time was they were laying out a work plan, much like they were doing today when they were saying that in 2 years we're going to do this public consultation and that program and this and that, and there'll be all these EAs. That's what they were saying. And at that time, Kyle said, well, make sure that you give us enough time so that we can review and comment on it. So that was the advice that they gave at this time, or that he gave them at that point, and we're just receiving the information now. That's what the concern is, right? So them saying all this that they're going to be doing, that's for the next round of the master plan, basically. We're still working on commenting on the last one that they're just kind of wrapping up right now.
So our expectation would be that Kyle would submit comments and they would be adopted So that's the process. So we need to get his comments into them first. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, so that they can be incorporated, not so
Right.
that they can just bounce off, dead ears.
Well, and that's why when we get the comments in, we'll see that draft report. And we'll
Yep.
that's when we'll find out if they were incorporated or not.
Yep.
Then we would raise more concerns if they weren't.
Yep, so I'm okay
Okay.
with what's here.
Councillor Balmer?
Oh, and also, I think it's moving in the right direction.
Okay, Councillor Goyden?
Yeah, I think it's good. I do sort of tend to agree though with Councillor Bailey that perhaps there should be some wording in there that there's some kind of expectation that we're not just providing comments to provide comments, that we're providing them in order for them to be considered as part of the report that goes to City of Guelph Council. But if you think that's redundant, I'm fine with that. I'm just not sure if we get Kyle's comments for our November 24th meeting, and then this is going to their City of Guelph Council meeting on December the 16th. If we won't have any knowledge before it gets presented to the City of Guelph, whether those comments have been incorporated or not.
Glenn, I'll default to you. What are your thoughts? Do we need to clarify that or?
I think it would be helpful, and I'll try and give the example this way is when we go through a public consultation process on anything, anyone is welcome and we encourage anyone to provide their comments. Then you as council have to consider those, make your decision and move forward and implement whatever bylaw, policy, plan, whatever you want to do. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to incorporate every comment, you just have to consider it. What I would suggest is then that we somehow have wording in here that would suggest that they consider the comments and provide a response to them. So that way, if they say, oh, well, we considered it, but no, they were all dismissed, or we didn't agree with their technical interpretation or whatever, at least then we have a record of we gave the comments and here's what their response was to it, whether they agreed with it or they dismissed it, declined it, whatever. At least we know what their position is and what their comments are in response to the points that our technical experts raised. I don't know, does that help or make it worse?
No, I think it makes it better.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, this is
Absolutely.
also, even if they don't go for this or accept this is just for them to accept the draft plan, which will be then put up for peer review, sent out, that's the time when we can peer review it as well, so this isn't our only kick at the can. As I
No,
said,
we're just trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But
So Courtney's typing away.
And that Guelph provide a response to the comments submitted by Puss Lunch, something along those lines.
Do we have to just say ones that are not adopted? I mean, if they adopt our comments, then we don't need them to write back and say, yeah, we adopted your comments.
Yeah, but then we're assuming, then we're asking,
We'll leave it up to them. Yeah, we'll just leave it up to them.
then we're just assuming they're not going to adopt them.
Yeah, no. Typically, when you provide comments to the agency, they either say adopt or not, or this is our concerns, whatever. So I think we should have an expectation that they're not going to adopt it, they're going to comment on it, provide an answer why it's not adopted. And likewise, if they adopt it, they'll say they should acknowledge that yes, we have adopted good comment or something of that nature.
I'm reading this second paragraph and I'm wondering if it's not written properly. So it says, at the end, it says the lack of city report to review and the potential impact to the township. Is that making sense?
Okay, because we don't have the report to review yet. All we've got is the slide deck, right?
Okay, I gotta see.
absence of a report to review.
Absence, yeah.
unavailability.
Like absence, absence
Missing.
of,
MIA.
Perhaps we should buy a thesaurus.
where's the sequel? Or to review and the potential impact to the township. Yeah, I like that better. Just wasn't making sense to me. All right, Ms. Hoy Fox, you want to do some reading?
Certainly, yep. That council receives correspondence item 10.1, City of Guelph, entitled Water Supply Master Plan 2021 Update, Agency and Municipality Workshop Number 2, and the City of Guelph presentation. And whereas the City of Guelph staff have extended the township commenting deadline from October 22nd to only November 5th, despite township staff requesting a longer review window, given the technical nature of the topic, the absence and availability of the city report to review, and the potential impact to the township. Therefore, be it resolved, the council pass a resolution stating their concerns to the City of Guelph stipulation that township comments be provided no later than November 5th, 2021, and direct staff to submit the resolution to the City of Guelph, and that council direct township staff and consultants to review the City of Guelph Water Supply Master Plan, update, correspondence, and report when available, and to provide comments for council's consideration at the November 24th Puss Lynch Council meeting, and that the City of Guelph Council provide the opportunity for Puss Lynch Council to provide comments in advance of the draft report being adopted by the City of Guelph Council, and that council requests that the City of Guelph Council acknowledge receipt of township comments, and that the City of Guelph provide a response to the township comments, and that council requests City of Guelph Council to authorize the release of the draft report to Puss Lynch staff in advance of the City of Guelph Council meeting in order to prepare comments.
All right. Where did everybody go?
I have a question.
A couple of suggestions.
There we go. Yep, go ahead.
The first, whereas I would suggest call this availability of city draft report. In other words, it's a draft report. And further on, there's also another reference where it's a report. We want to call it a draft report.
Okay. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm wondering about adding the word importance up in that second paragraph as well. Like we talk about the potential impact, but it's a super important topic. I don't know.
The importance of the impact.
If
Council, what do you think? Do you want to change that?
need be.
City of Guelph draft report to review and the, what did you say? Importance?
Well,
Important
somewhere it's,
impact.
yeah, I don't like,
Uh,
given the technical nature of the topic. Maybe not, that's okay. My second comment was, or if this could be shared with Guelph Hermosa.
We
Let
could
them know
share it.
what we've come up with.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. We'll be dealing with it too, so.
Yeah.
Councillor Bummer?
No, I'm good. I think it's still shaping up. It's, I support it.
All right, Councillor Goida?
I'm good.
Excellent. All right, all in favor? Councillor Schools?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Bummer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right. Can we take a 5-minute break before we get into the next ones? Making some lengthy discussion. See what. Welcome back, everyone. We'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Bummer.
Here.
And Councillor Goida.
Here.
Excellent. Ms. White Fox, can you read the resolution for 10.2, please?
Council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the Mini Lakes Capital Project status update for information.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, I saw you raise your hand. Councillor Goida, seconder. Excellent. Councillor Spoulos.
This is a schedule we're referring to. I noticed and read that they're having some difficulty maintaining schedule. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. It's an internal issue. That's my comments.
All right, Councillor Bailey?
My question, I had just noticed that there were many remarks regarding a site walkthrough that happened on September 24th, and what we're seeing was dated September 20th. So I'm just wondering if what we're seeing is actually most up to date, or if there's been any new updates of importance since then.
Anybody?
Councillor Bailey, we can certainly ask that. They did say that they'd be providing these on a monthly basis, so we could just check in with them to see.
Yep, no worries, as long as, yeah, if it's monthly, then that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it certainly looks like they're looking at some potentially significant delays and certainly some increase in costs for what they're planning to do. And I think I noted correctly, I think the dates were, they had increased the pumping of septage to every 2 weeks back in March, and it looks like now they're doing it twice a week. So that's certainly a significant increase in cost, because the last I'd heard they were trucking it, I think Listowel was where they had to take it. So that's not close by. So this is certainly going to create a challenge for them in there. So I feel for them.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really unfortunate timing with the cost increases of everything. I do feel bad for them as well, but I mean, I have no additional comment.
All right, all in favor? Councillor Spools?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey? Didn't hear you, Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
All right, thank you. 10.3, Ms. White Fox.
Do I have them separated, Mr. Chair, into 10.3.1 and 10.3.2, just regarding the first regarding the drinking water system and the second regarding the wastewater treatment? Is that how you wanted to deal with them, or do you want to deal with them together?
I'll do them individually.
Okay. So the council received correspondence item 10.3.1, Ontario Clean Water Agency responses to GM Blue Plan recommendations to Wellington Common Elements Condominium Corporation number 214 regarding drinking water system annual reports for information.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Goyda? I saw you say sure.
Sure.
Councillor Balmer, second. Any comments? Councillor Spools?
Yeah, I guess the standby generator to me is still an issue that they should be taking before their membership. I was wondering if there's a way we can informally just contact them by phone and ask if that's still on the books.
Len or Courtney? Is that something you're willing to do?
I believe that the last council resolution didn't specifically ask that question, although the GM Blue Plan report did note it. So based on council direction, staff didn't have that specific question directed to Mini Lakes or Aqua. So I'm not sure the next steps have to go back and point that out in the report, or if council wants us to go back and specifically ask about the generators.
We deliberately took it out of the resolution. Basically, in other words, the intent was not to force it on them, but to ask if they could do it on their own volition. And I believe the president who was there, she said she will do it. And all I'm asking just a formal call to them and saying, okay, how's that stand? I don't think we need to go with something formal.
I think staff can take that as direction, as nods ahead from council, that staff can just make a formal phone call to the association, inquire about the status on the generators. That's what you're trying to get at, Councillor Spools?
That's correct.
I don't see any objections. No objections. Okay.
And the fire protection system, I received a comment by staff. They seem to be okay with this. I'm not going to pursue that item anymore.
Councillor Bailey?
No, I think my last comment was actually for this report. So realizing I'd smushed them all together in my notes. So that was just the update. The September 24th, they were doing some inspections, scheduled inspections. So.
Councillor Ballmer?
Yes, thank you. I smushed all my comments. I put all the reports together and just made one, so I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Goida?
I'm fine as well.
Okay, so all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
Favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, and I believe we should have a second resolution for the other one, Ms. White Fox.
Yes, that council received correspondence item 10.3.2, Ontario Clean Water Agency responses to GM Blue Plan recommendations to the Wellington Common Elements Condominium Corporation 214 regarding wastewater treatment plan annual reports.
The mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spillis. Comments, Councillor Spillis?
Yes, they have an issue there with trying to obtain better readings on the sludge measurement. And I'd ask staff if they, is there a plan B to obtain better sludge readings? And staff are going to ask the condominium corporation on this question. I wonder if they had an opportunity to ask them, or is that still in progress?
Thank you, Councillor Spillis. We did send that question out and they let us know that the turnaround time was going to be tight to get a response for this council meeting, but when they do have a response, we'll be able to provide it to council.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Bailey,
No comments.
Councillor Ballmer,
Thank you. No comments.
Councillor Goida.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, and the last one, Ms. White Fox.
The council received correspondence item 10.4 regarding the county official plan review consultation engagement overview for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconder, Councillor Ballmer.
Sure.
I'll go over. Any comments? I don't believe county staff are in attendance right now, but you have any questions, maybe staff can help? Councillor Spillis?
No, I'd just like to put a motion forward that we ask county staff to come to a convenient time to discuss this. I really am concerned about missing the boat on our development areas with all the work they're doing. So it'd be important for me to understand that, where they are, what we need to do to influence having more of our development areas considered, and things like services, who determines whether service meets the intent of the provincial legislation. In other words, we have a development that has to require a certain amount of service. Can they be private? And what's a permit? What are they looking for in terms of what is a bona fide sewage and what is a bona fide water system?
Okay, I'll go around the table first. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I guess I had thought the staff would have been here. So I'll just throw out my question. It was talks about the urban center expansions, and it just says at this time Watson is in the process of preparing a draft land needs assessment. And I just was curious when that is happening, or if we know when that's coming. And my other question was, it says further down, staff will report to council to develop a process for considering potential boundary expansion requests. So do we need to create a process and then do the process? Like, is this going to be quite a process? I just thought maybe there was already a process and we could just be moving along with that. But so those were just a couple of questions I had.
Great. Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One has to do with the, there was a discussion in there about refining of the primary agricultural mapping. And, there's going to be some limited opportunities there, but still, I think it'd be important for us to get a handle on how that's going to take place. And if a landowner wants to have something reconsidered, how does that happen? How do they get in line for that refinement. And the second piece has to do with some of the comments that were submitted by the Ontario Stone, Sand and Gravel Association. And the county said they weren't going to be moving on any of those recommendations, but I think there is one by the aggregate industry that I think we should perhaps consider putting some language in on the official plan, which relates to the aggregate industry was suggesting that we need to recognize that it's the province that determines the depth of an operation. And I think they're absolutely right, that we need to acknowledge that in our planning process and in the official plan, because the official plan lays out the tests for a municipality to follow as part of it, doing a zone change. And I think it's if it's not a planning matter, it really shouldn't be considered as part of the planning process. If we can't control it, we have to assume that the site is being zoned to extract to whatever depth is technically possible. If that's the way the industry wants us to deal with it, I have no issue. They can prove the infinite depth case. I'm fine with doing that. They can, if they want that to be the test, I don't mind putting that in the official plan, that they have to prove infinite depth is viable. So I think we should look at doing something around that in the official plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I don't have any specific comments, but I would support requesting that the county comes back and presents to council again based on the comments that Councillor Sepulveda put forward. But also, like I don't know, and I thought they would be here today to ask them about the land needs assessment and what the timing and when they would anticipate that being complete. But I think that piece is a key piece in that will greatly affect what Councillor Sepulveda is speaking of. And I think it would be good to have them come and do a sort of a thorough explanation of the land needs assessment, and whether there's even any opportunity for rounding out the urban centers.
Okay. I was at the county all day yesterday, and I spoke with Aldo, and this is, I know you can't see it, but it's the report part of the report going to the planning committee for tomorrow. And a lot of it revolves around the regionally significant economic development study area. So this is around Morrison and Aberfoyle. Anyways, there's a lot of information here. So I feel that along with your questions around this report, we should have this planning committee report, which will ultimately be adopted by county council at the end of the month, and then have staff come back and talk about all of them, because there's a lot of good information into here. This is a great report done by Ms. Wilhelm. It talks about replacing Puslinch as a hamlet down on the far end of Highway 6 there of our township, and especially the economic significant development area. And this is, once it's approved at the planning committee and county council, it's going to be submitted to the ministry. So yeah, I support all those comments, and I would encourage us to ask the planning staff to come back. When I was speaking with Aldo, he felt there wasn't as much of a urgency, but the questions raised today, I'm comfortable, having, who would it be, either Sarah or himself come down. So I guess those are my comments. Do we need a resolution to request them to attend, Ms. Whiteflox or Mr. Schwendinger?
When we did contact both Jameson and Ms. Wilhelm about this, and they did already offer to come and present to Puslinch Council, they were offered kind of their apologies for not being available today, but they are available. But I have put in the council resolution that staff would request them to come and present and be available so that we can forward this on to them.
Okay, I'd like, I'll maybe try to find the link, but maybe you'd be more proficient at it. But these reports that are going to be on the planning committee, I'd like them included on our next agenda if county staff are okay with that. I think it'd be great for everyone here to read through it. And we can discuss it with them then as well. All right. Do we get a mover and seconder for that?
We have Counselor Sepoulis, seconded by Counselor Balmer for receiving it for information. And then I've added the bit about requesting them to come and present if they're all right with that amendment.
Are the counselors comfortable with just remembering their own questions for county staff within, you know, a month when they return, 3 weeks? Not incorporating it into the resolution? Okay with that? Yeah. Okay, good. All right, all in favor, Councillor Sepoulis? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
And Councillor Goida?
Favor.
All right.
Is that,
Yeah,
can I just ask, the report you just showed us, is it in the planning agenda for tomorrow?
it says it should be.
Yeah,
It's,
so we could go on and access it.
Yeah. County official plan review, OPA 119, county growth structure, Thursday, October 14th, 2021.
Okay.
I don't get excited about reading reports too often, and I got excited about this one.
Yeah.
It's good. All right, council reports. I guess that'd be the only report for me. You guys have anything? Guys, gals? No? Do we need a resolution to receive reports we didn't receive? Ms. Whitefox?
No, if there was no reports, we'll just make note of that.
Bylaws.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-051 being a bylaw to appoint RLB LLP as the auditor for the Township of Puslinch. Bylaw 2021-005 being a bylaw to permit the municipality to impose fees or charges with respect to services or activities provided related to costs payable and for the use of its property, and to repeal bylaw 059-2020. And bylaw 2021-053 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2021-039 to provide for the non-application of the Line Fences Act in the Township of Puslinch for a period not to exceed 240 days commencing July 14th, 2021.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Okay, can I get a seconder? Councillor Goida, any comments before I call the vote? No. All in favor, Councillor Sepoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
And Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, I believe we're going into closed. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. I have a resolution to go into close, Mr. Chair.
All right, are we ready?
The council should go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of 13.1 confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, encroachments on a township road allowance. Item 13.2 confidential report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, CAO performance review. And item 13.3 confidential report regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding contract negotiation matters concerning bylaw enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
Sure. Move it.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Sepoulis. All in favor, Councillor Sepoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
Favor.
Excellent. That's carried.
Zoom.
Excellent. Ms. Whitefox, can you read the resolutions, please?
Sorry, that council resume into open session at 4:45 p.m.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, seconded by Councillor Sepoulis. All in favor, Councillor Sepoulis?
Favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right, the next one, please, Ms. White Fox.
And sorry, did we have a mover and seconder? I may have missed that.
It was Counselor Ballmer and Counselor Spoulos.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. And then we'll just have that council. Sorry, just look at the wording of this one.
Continues beyond
The,
5
right,
p.m.
the council shall continue the October 13th, 2021 meeting beyond 5 o'clock PM. In order
Until
to.
7 p.m.
Until
We'll be done
7
by
p.m.
7.
Holy cow.
In order to resume, in order
Complete
to,
business,
resume
complete the
the
business on the agenda.
business on the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Ballmer.
We just don't want to come out again to make another extension, so just make it long enough.
Well, we don't have to set another time. We're just saying we're going past 5 p.m.
Okay,
So we just need a mover and a seconder, and then if you guys could vote on that, then we can.
got a mover of Counselor Bailey, seconded Counselor Goida, all in favor, Counselor Sapoulos, Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
and the last one, am I going too quickly? Ms. White Fox, I can
No,
pause.
so now we're just, I'm going to pass another resolution to go back into closed session, and I can read that out. It'll be for the same purpose that we went in prior, so I'll just
Sure,
read that
please.
resolution. The council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of a confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and including communications necessary for that purpose, encroachments on a township road allowance. 13.2, confidential report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, the CAO performance review. And 13.3, confidential report regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding contract negotiation matters concerning bylaw enforcement.
You got a mover for that, please? Counselor Goida,
Yep.
Counselor Bailey, second, all in favor, Counselor Spoulos,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
That's carried.
So Glenn, you should be able to stop the recording.
Or pause.
Pause it, sorry.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, can you read the resolution, please?
That council moves into open session at 5:28 PM.
You got a mover for that, please? Counselor Spoulos, seconder, Counselor Bailey, all in favor, Counselor Spoulos,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Great, next resolution, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council receives the confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that necessary for that purpose, encroachment on a township road allowance, confidential report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, CAO performance review, confidential report regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or carried on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding contract negotiation matters concerning bylaw enforcement. And that council directs staff to notify the Bayview Cottagers Association to remove unauthorized signage anywhere within the municipal right of way, and that staff proceed as directed.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Counselor Goida as first, Counselor Spoulos as a second, all in favor, Counselor Spoulos,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
Favor.
Counselor Ballmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Excellent. Any business arising from the closed session? Any notice of motion? No. New business? Okay, announcements? Anyone? No, confirmatory bylaw?
The following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-054, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Plisslich at its meeting held on the 13th day of October 2021.
Can I get a mover, please? Counselor Ballmer,
So moved.
seconded by Counselor Spoulos. All in favor, Counselor Spoulos,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Sir Goida,
Favor.
right, and adjournment.
The council hereby adjourns at 5:30 PM.
And mover, please, Counselor Goida,
Sure.
second by Counselor Spoulis.
Yes.
All in favor, Counselor Spoulis, see what I'm doing here? Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
and Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Thank you, everyone. Good job.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.